Mic check for the YouTube stream. Mic check for the YouTube stream.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your patience. My name is David Stinson. I'll be chairing the rest of today's Scarborough Committee Adjustment hearing. This is the afternoon session. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of zoning that apply to property matters, permissions to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, consent to sever property to create new lots. Land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, and the Haudenosaunee and Wendat, in addition to many more diverse First Nations, including Inuit and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas and of the Credit, and Williams Treaty signed with multiple Mississaugas and Chippewa bands. Committee of Adjustment hearings are conducted by a hybrid in-person and remote online formats. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate online using WebEx platform. Meetings online are streamed at the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel. Those who want to participate online and have registered in advance will be connected to their electronic device, and you will have the option of participating by video or audio. You'll be automatically muted upon online entry to WebEx, and when your item is called, you will be unmuted by the staff moderator. Please note, you must mute your device until you're called upon to speak. Those participating by video will be temporarily labeled as panelists when their item is called. During this time, your camera will be enabled, and you will be visible during your 5 minutes of speaking. At all other times, your video will be disabled as a designated attendee. For in-person and online participants, the Committee of Adjustment will share presentations submitted within the written submission deadline. Those participating by WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or other panelist controls and will be removed if doing so. Receiving a copy of a decision of the committee. Those in person who want to receive a copy of the decision by committee must fill out a decision request card, and those participating online must submit a written request for decisions by email. Please include your name, address, and email address because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body, TLAB, will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email only. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, TLAB, or in some limited circumstances, the Ontario Land Tribunal, OLT. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions, and only the applicant, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, or specified persons in public bodies are permitted to appeal decisions. I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda, except for consent deferral requests as determined by city staff. Making your submissions. Where an application is uncontested, the agent applicant may proceed with their presentation. When the committee does not require a presentation, the agent applicant can advise me, the chair, if they wish to speak. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for their decision. Each speaker, including the applicant agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address this committee. Any presentation or materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing, as members cannot accept materials at the hearing. When speaking to committee, please identify yourself as the applicant or agent, legal name, your address, and make remarks only applicable to the details. The applicant agent will proceed first with the presentation to this committee. The committee may decide to defer an application if substantially revised to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of changes. Speakers in support or opposed to applications will be invited by the committee to speak. Committee members may ask questions of speakers after their presentation. When all the speakers are finished, the applicant agent can rebut only issues raised by speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion, and then the application will be taken into committee for a decision, where only committee members may speak. So, since we're in the afternoon session, are there any declarations of interest by any member of this panel or staff regarding agenda items?
Through the chair, there are none from staff.
And I know from our canvass earlier of my members, there's nothing on for us. Are there any files to be closed?
Through the chair, there are none.
Have you received any requests for deferrals?
Through the chair, we have one deferral request for the afternoon session. Item number 27, 10167 Shepherd Avenue East. Deferral at the request of the applicant in order to address transportation review comments.
Okay, just let me bring that up. Okay. Item 27, purpose of the application to construct a new two-story detached dwelling with three-car garage, integral. This matter has conditions of approval, recommendations from Transportation Review. And because of those Transportation Review concerns, the deferral is at the request of the applicant, as the Deputy Treasurer stated. Is the applicant or agent available? I'll also note there's no speakers listed.
Through the chair. Yeah, so can you please check your audio? We can't unmute you.
Applicant, agent, are you there?
Through the chair, the agent is having issues, but we do have on record, he has submitted a deferral request, and it's in the agenda package. So if we're having we're having problems, you could still proceed.
Okay, I'm good. That sounds wonderful. So let's proceed. In the absence of the agent applicant available, but noted by the Deputy Treasurer, they've approved of this and requested it. Let's go into committee. Go ahead, Ms. Holman.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, we do have documentation that where the agent is asking for deferral so that they can address transportation review concerns. And as a side note, transportation had asked for one of the variances to be deferred. So I think it's appropriate, and I would move approval of the deferral request.
Motion by Ms. Ullman to defer this matter for the reasons she cited. Mr. Khan?
Sir, I will second the motion.
That motion seconded by Mr. Khan. All those in favor? That's unanimous. We are deferring that application. Thank you. I believe we now return to item 19. "60 Huntington Drive. There is Urban Forestry has recommendations of refusal. Engineering Review has conditions for approval. Urban Forestry may have conditions for approval. And under written correspondence, there is one letter of objection. I have no speakers listed. Do we have the agent or applicant online, please?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Jonathan Minskowski, 301 Keewatin Avenue.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you. I think with the urban forestry refusal, it would be prudent, subject to any panel members here, otherwise thoughts, to have a brief presentation. Can you provide us that?
Absolutely, Mr. Chair. If we could bring up the supporting material I filed. Yeah, I just want to start off with a quick lot study that I performed for this neighborhood. So we are deficient in lot frontage, but what I can say is if we look on the screen here, and again, this is following the directions of 4.1.5 to conduct an appropriate lot study with zoning that matches the subject property within the close proximity. Of all of the lots in the neighborhood, there are essentially 6 lots that are this size that have a frontage in excess of 18 meters. Whereas on the flip side, there are 21 total lots that would have a lot frontage existing below 10 meters. Now, when we go to the policy of 4.1.5 and the SAS policy that I'm going to speak of later that deals with multiplexes, it does speak to the prevailing lot frontage and lot size still. But what I would say to that does not preface a frontage that is well in excess of what fits in the neighborhood itself. What we can see from the map I provided here, the frontage that we are proposing exists in substantial numbers over what exists on the property today. Now, what that translates to is we were essentially taking a property that could have up to 4 units if this were to be developed as a single family dwelling on the lot, and we are introducing 8 dwellings on that lot. I would also say that the size of that existing dwelling as of right with the 45% coverage would be in excess of 10,000 square feet. So in terms of how that would fit the streetscape itself, in my opinion, that would be out of character with the neighborhood. So again, just to review, there's 21 lots that are essentially matching the frontage that we are proposing today, with 6 being at or essentially below what the lot is at, what the lot is today. If we could continue on to the next page, please. I briefly want to review the policies of SASP 826. The multiplex zoning bylaw, the multiplex official plan amendment that's on the screen here supersedes policy 4.1.5 A through J. So it's actually the policies that we're going to bring up on the screen here are what we are using to determine the fit of a proposal in the neighborhood. Could we go to the next page, please? We could just zoom in on the first highlighted portion. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I am going to stress the last sentence where it says, to accommodate the modest intensification needed to house more people, regulations for multiplexes may differ from single unit buildings to ensure effective and livable homes for Toronto's residents. So what that's saying is it is not possible essentially for you to introduce a built form that is a multiplex and have it truly blend in with an existing neighborhood that's there. That goes back to why the policies that I'm going to review quickly here supersede 4.1.5, because the word prevailing is used throughout 4.1.5. You simply cannot prevail with the built form type of a fourplex that wasn't permitted before. If we would just looked at some of the policies on the screen here, we see B, prevailing size and configuration of lots. Again, what we are proposing exists in substantial numbers greater than what is on the site today. C, prevailing setbacks of buildings from the street or streets. Again, we are not having a request for any type of a setback reduction on any side, be it the interior or the exterior. D, maximizing continuous soft landscaping within the front and the rear yard setbacks that is supportive of maintaining and expanding the urban tree canopy. Again, we have no request for a landscaping variance, and we would happy with a condition that a tree be planted in the rear yard of each if this is meritorious. We could continue on, please. Is encouraged, this is important here, it's encouraged to include large units. Each one of the 4 units that are proposed within each building are 3-bedroom units. These are not small studio-type livings. These are family-orientated units of 3 units each. I will provide entrances that are easily, safely accessible from the street, which may be located at the front, side, or rear of the building. These entrances are located at the front and the sides of the building. Now, the next policy I want to go over really pertains to the urban forestry report. It's very important that we focus on the word should. It is not saying it will, it is saying should not result in the injury or removal of a healthy tree protected under municipal code 608, and it goes on from there. But again, the word should is used. Now, this subject property, the existing dwelling, sits on almost the north half of the property. Any type of development that would expand the width of the house would require the removal of the tree that urban forestry is speaking of. So on one hand, council has given a direction to forestry to not allow or permit the removal of a tree as it is in relation to a multiplex, but at the same time, council is encouraging multiplexes. But again, the word should, in my opinion, is very important here, not will not. And Mr. Chair, if I could just have 20 seconds just to do one more point, because it directly addresses some of the concerns of the neighbor that has to do with the impacts on the privacy of the adjacent dwelling units. All of the occupiable, habitable windows are on the interior between the 2 proposed dwellings. There are only 2 windows that are proposed on the exterior side, and those are for washrooms on the 3rd floor. So again, in terms of privacy and overlook, it is mitigated through that.
Okay, thank you. That was very comprehensive. With regards to the trees, can I ask staff to bring up some of the pictures of the trees that are on this site? Please. Sorry, can you enlarge that a little bit? Is that possible? Thanks. And if not, all right. So in your opinion, what is the concern of urban forestry? Which actual trees or tree?
So, Mr. Chair, I had extensive conversations with urban forestry about this. They are concerned there is a tree towards the rear of the house. We will do everything we can to preserve the tree at the front of the house through a deck that wouldn't be concrete at the front, through maybe some helical piers for the deck at the front. There is 2 trees, one in the sort of middle to the end of the house and one at the rear. Now, interestingly, Mr. Chair, within my within my conversations with urban forestry, if this were not to have been proposed as a multiplex, they would not be objecting to the application because it would essentially be in the as of right built form of the dwelling. So even if this were to be developed with an as of right dwelling, as I spoke of previously, with a massing that could be somewhere around 17 meters wide, these trees would still have the same risk of injury, and forestry wouldn't be objecting. So the crux of it is it has to do with the multiplex that's being proposed. But again, the official plan wording is not saying it must maintain the trees. It's saying it should. We didn't have any conversations with planning. They've had no issues with this. But the concern are these 2 trees here.
Okay, leave it there for a moment if you don't mind. And let me look to the right, look to the left. Go ahead, Mr. Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, sir. I would like to draw the attention of Mr. Bazinkowski and seek his directions. Sir, if you go back to the application in the very beginning, which says public hearing notice, and in the zoning, it says RD, which I understand means residential district. And frontage is asking 12 meters, and the area 464, X 365. Now this X is further explaining in F that if it is a duplex, it should have a frontage of 15 meters and area 510. But in your lot frontage, you are saying 9.144, but requires 12 meters. And lot area, you are saying 383.22 meters square, while it is saying 464 meters square. But seeing this duplex requirement of frontage as 15 meter, area 510, I feel a difference, quite a difference in between. Could you kindly explain?
Yes. So I think there might be a little, sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Khan, I think there might be a little bit of confusion. The X in the zoning description deals with the exceptions. The exceptions in this instance don't have fourplexes because these exceptions would have predated the fourplexes being introduced, the new zoning bylaw. So in essence, if you were to only make this a duplex, yes, that frontage would be 15 meters. But there's nothing in the exception that requires the 15. It brings it back down to the 12. Now, how I would speak to the appropriateness of it, again, is to go back to my lot study and show that what is actually existing on the site today is not prevailing in that neighborhood. There are only 6 lots that are this size, or there are 21 of which are being proposed. So to look at the built form, and actually the 2 adjacent houses to the south share the exact same frontage that we are proposing.
Thank you.
Are you aware of the extensive engineering review report with the conditions that they want imposed?
Yes, and I am okay with those, Mr. Chair.
That's good to know. Go ahead, Mr. Clay.
Mr. Bankowski? Yeah, sure, go ahead. Mr. Bankowski, as the chair points out, we do take forestry's recommendations pretty seriously. And you've had extensive discussions with forestry staff. Are there any solutions that might be possible with some changes that would address forestry's outstanding concerns? I mean, you know, multiplex bylaw is an important element of the city's attempt to improve and increase the housing stock, particularly rental housing. But the recommendation from forestry is pretty serious, and we need to take it seriously. So, is there any approach you could suggest or take back and see if you can't address their concerns?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Clay, if we could bring up the survey, please. The problem is the location of the existing house on the property. I don't want to say it only occupies half of it. It probably occupies somewhere around 60% of it, as we can see here. So what that has done is, again, because of the location of the existing house today, there are trees that are generally in a location you wouldn't see on a severance like this, again, because of that open area. Now, to go back to the placement of the dwelling, the problem you can see is really where it says fence 0.05 S. That's really the tree in question. At that portion of the building, it's only 14 meters in building length. So really, any type of development that would be proposed would require the removal of that tree, even with or without the severance. And that's a struggle. And I've had this conversation with the forestry departments in other districts. That's somewhat of a struggle that they're having, where, you know, we're pushing to accommodate more housing, yet there's been a mandate from council, again, to say, well, we don't want to see trees removed from multiplexes.
Right.
But then at the same time, again, we want to encourage housing. In this instance, because of the uniqueness of the existing placement of the dwelling, it's almost near impossible to maintain and save that tree. The one in the front yard, again, we are maintaining the existing front yard setback of the house. That I do believe could be maintained through a wooden deck at the front with helical piers, because again, it would have a significant setback to the building. But any development on this property, Mr. Clay, will result in the removal of that one tree.
Did you
And
say,
again, we
Jonathan,
are
did you
zoned
say
bylaw
that,
compliant.
did I hear you say that if it wasn't a multiplex and you put two single detached dwellings on here, the as-of-right permissions would allow you to remove those trees?
Correct, Mr. Clay. That's the interesting conversation I had with forestry. They wouldn't object if they were single-family dwellings.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Clay. Thank you, sir. That's, to me, the crux here. You know, the issue before this committee right now in black and white on 4 square, which is the corners of a piece of paper, is that we're talking about a multiplex. So we got to stay in our lane. This is a multiplex. We also have from Urban Forestry, City Council Direction 2023.ph3.16, number 5, as it relates to multiplex buildings and trees. And in short, that's very clear that applications are subject to being refused or approved by Urban Forestry at the discretion of the General Manager of Parks and Forestry and Recreation in regards to trees. And that's right here before us. I don't disagree with the essence of what you're saying. I'm just having a hard time really not, I have a hard time approving this when basically Urban Forestry's asked us to not approve it. And I also see that the trees are important. This is a city of trees, and the canopy is obviously increasingly very important. So those are my comments right now. Do you have anything to say to that?
Again, if I could just take us back to the SAS policy 826 that deals with these trees. And I think the wording is very important. It's in my presentation material that speaks to should maintain the trees. It is not saying it has to. And I think that's important because, you know, a policy, much like the zoning bylaw, cannot fit every singular property within the city. There will always be, if we could just zoom in, I believe it's Roman numeral 4. Okay, just to go back, we see the wording of number 3 where it says will provide entrances, you know, that are safely accessible from the street. When we look at this policy, it says should not result in the injury or removal of a healthy tree. I completely agree, you know, with where we're going with this. But again, on this particular property, any type of development would result in the removal of that tree. Again, it's at about the 14-meter proposed building length, and it's set in, and we are zoning bylaw compliant on that side yard setback. So really, again, even if this were to be proposed as an as-of-right fourplex with, you know, at 10,000 square feet, we would still have that tree being in the way. And again, it's a struggle, and maybe it's going to change. I can't tell you I got a direction that's going to change. But again, I go back to the SAS policy, which ultimately governs this. Again, not council's direction. This is an actual policy. That's a council direction to forestry. This is council endorsed policy that is telling us should not result. And I think that's more important than a council directive, whereas again, this is endorsed.
Very good. I appreciate your clarity on that. It makes a lot of sense. Does anyone else have Mr. Khan? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you, sir. I just wanted to bring to Mr. Bazankowski's notice that we have also received a letter from your neighbor, and their concern is the number of 8 vehicles will be there, and it will cause parking problems, parking on the street, blocking people's driveway, so forth and so on. Have you considered that?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Khan, we have a fairly significant front yard setback that's proposed at 9.16 meters to the property line. In addition to that, we have quite a large boulevard at about 3.5 meters. So taking into account the 1 parking space in the garage and the 2 that could be parked there, that would be 3 vehicles. This is also located 3 streets to the east of Midland and just by Danforth Road. So in terms of public transit, it is readily available. And again, we should be able to park 3 cars on each property.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. There is nobody here to speak to this other than the agent. We've asked our questions. I think at this point we'll go to committee. I will also point out. I'm sorry, I asked if there were speakers. Sure, we can. We don't have, so let's step out of committee. Are you here for this matter, sir? Okay, are you registered to speak? Okay, come on down. Please, thank you. Oh, okay, wait till you get to the microphone, and it's okay, everything's going to be fine. Thank you for showing up. So your first and last name and your address, please.
Yes. Teodor Petre Ionescu, 64 Huntington Avenue.
Very good, sir. And so you're a resident on the street.
I am a resident, yes.
You have up to 5 minutes to speak. You do
Yes.
not have to use all that time, but
Yeah.
you're welcome to if you want to. Please tell us what you want to share.
Yeah. Number one, in all the papers I receive and all the stuff I managed to check online from this application, I don't believe that the request for dividing the severance is called in 2 lots, it's minor. Is it? The section 45 of the act doesn't make clear that you take a lot and you divide it. This is what I see. And because I have 22 years in that place, and I know the neighborhood very well, we twist the word, which means it's not minor, it's something else, or it's something that I don't know.
Sorry, do you have more to say?
Yes.
Oh,
The second question is multiplex. Everywhere you look to check about this issue, they speak about keeping the look of the neighborhood. The neighborhood does not have multiplexes, just by accident, one here, one there. By the time you build multiplex, you change totally the look, the feeling, the feeling of a neighborhood. And I speak like somebody who lived my first 40 years of life in the other world and the last 20 years in this world in building apartment. Multiplex is multiplex with many, many, many issues. I was shocked 32 years ago when I came in Montreal and I saw people repairing cars on the street. And cars on the street are repaired because you don't have a place in a yard or something like this. I repaired my cars. I make 600,000 kilometers of my cars repaired by myself. I am very proud. I'm thankful to Nissan for the parts they provided and the assistance. But I had a yard. I was able to do it. If you come with multiplex, it's impossible to do it in a dedicated environment. So the first one was about minor issue, minor variance. The second was about multiplex. And thank you for allowing me to speak.
Are you done?
I'm done.
Okay, please stay. We may have some questions. I'm going to give you a quick comment. I'm sympathetic to what you're saying and empathetic because I understand that you spend a lot of time living on your street and you have the character that you know and you want it to be, and that's important to you. It would be important to me and is in my neighborhood.
It is very important. I rented 2 years and I wanted to buy in that place because I understood the neighborhood.
The directive of this city and its elected officials that we are governed by, plus our policy and procedures, is that these multiplexes are allowed. Garden suites are allowed. Parking that used to be mandatory is not so mandatory anymore.
Okay.
Understand this committee is not a rubber stamp, but we have to also follow what we're supposed to follow. We cannot
agree.
that's why we say no and yes to different
I agree.
files.
I
All right.
agree.
The
Okay.
context of your file is one that this is going to be very challenging because there's not, outside of urban forestry and that tree issue, there's not much more concern from the city officials that I can see. Do you have any more questions you want to ask us?
No.
Okay, does anybody have a comment or question for this gentleman? All right, go ahead, Ms. McCauley. Can you please give us your address again?
Yes, 64 Huntington.
Yeah, that's what you said before, it didn't change.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. We're going to hear back now from the gentleman who's the agent, and we'll listen to what he has to say on this.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
and all the best.
Okay, let's hear from the agent, please.
I'll be very brief, Mr. Chair. I did just want to make one minor point that the consent is subject to Section 53 of the Planning Act, not 45. I'd be happy to do this presentation for an hour and dissect Section 53 as well as 45. The problem is in 5 minutes, I just don't have that opportunity to do that. So the consent test really is Section 53, not 45. Lastly, I just wanted to talk about the different forms of housing, and I for the last time, could we please bring up my presentation material and just look at the closing sentence of the preamble of SASP 826. Yes, please, if we could just go back up to the first page. Keep going up. Yeah, that's it. And then just on the first paragraph. Just again, the wording that specifically says to accommodate the modest intensification needed to house more people, regulations for multiplexes may differ from single unit buildings to ensure efficient and livable homes. Again, that's speaking to it will be a different form of housing that is required for multiplexes. I think that's all I have to say, Mr. Chair and committee.
Thank you for being concise. Okay, we've obviously heard from both sides. I think it's time to go into committee. Would anybody like to lead the way? Okay, I'll lead the way. This is a classic example of the yin and yang of the decisions our committee makes. It's very clear to me that the concern of the one neighbor is that a community's characteristics are going to be undermined. And from the other side of the issue is the agent speaking to what the law and regulations allow. In this case, I do find that urban forestry has asked us to refuse the application. So in a sense, it makes my job a little easier today for me personally, because I can rely on the expertise of a city department that says not until we have further discussion. So it's not that the argument made by the agent isn't clear and it's not relevant. It's just that I'm going to rely on the city department, urban forestry, that said refuse the application, and I cannot in good faith approve this. That's where I sit. Go ahead, Mr. Clay, if you're ready.
Thanks, Chair, and I appreciate your perspective on this one. I have a slightly, I must admit I'm conflicted on this one, and I might have a slightly different view in terms of how this might proceed. I too share your commitment to and respect for urban forestry. It is a really important condition and a really important aspect of our neighborhoods that we protect the tree canopy. However, I did note that, as the agent pointed out, that a different type of structure on this lot or these two lots would allow an as-of-right building that would similarly injure or remove the trees. So in the context of a multiplex and its significance in terms of introducing more rental accommodations in existing neighborhoods, I think that in this instance, there may be an argument to say that there would have lost the tree anyways, and in this case you get, in my view, what would be a higher value structure on the site. I look at the size of the lot, the frontage, it's 9.1 where 12 is required. That's still a fairly significant lot frontage in my view. So I don't see it as being trying to squeeze too much on one lot. The observation I would make is if you look at Urban Forestry's report, they're recommending refusal. However, if we were to approve, it still would require Urban Forestry sign-off, and they may ultimately deny this application if they're not satisfied that their conditions or whatever requirements they might have aren't met. So to a certain extent, even if we were to approve this, they would still have to get Urban Forestry to provide approval for the tree. So there is a kind of a backstop to this. So I'm of the view that the incremental benefit from introducing a multiplex and additional rental accommodation into an existing neighborhood, which is fairly close to transit, is significant. So with the notion that urban forestry may trump this one anyways, I'm reasonably comfortable with approving the variances aspect of it and allow urban forestry to do their thing if it proceeds past that stage.
Well said, as always, Mr. Clay. Quick question, anybody on the panel, do we know if there's other multiplexes on this street? Okay, thank you, sir. Just thank you for that. Okay, go ahead, Ms. McCauley.
I'm looking at this one, I'm struggling with this one, because I know the city wants multiplexes, and they don't really provide any guidance. You read the policy, it's multiplexes are provided everywhere, anywhere, it doesn't really matter. And we aren't concerned about the impact, maybe impact to trees, but that's a small thing. We're not concerned about the impact. I have difficulty. This is an application. It's one house at the moment. The proposal is for a multiplex, 2 multiplexes, which is a total of 8 dwellings, plus he's suggested that there'll be a garden suite. So really, we're taking one house and turning it into 10 dwelling units and saying that has no impact on the community. I have difficulty with that.
It's so true.
No, I'm saying to the other committee members,
Through the chair, could you?
I
yeah.
got to turn it back on. So I think what I am saying is we're being given a very difficult task today. We know that the city wants to encourage multiplexes. We know that there's a desire to increase the number of dwelling units. We're given some policies, but the policies don't really help us at all. The end result of this application is we get 10 dwelling units on a lot that had 1. We don't know where the parking is. We don't know what the sewers are. We don't know anything other than we had 1 dwelling unit. We're now told there are 10, or the recommendation is for 10. And to me, I'd like to make tiny steps. If we had an application to even 4 units here, that's 4 times what we've got. But when we have an application that says, and everything in that area is 1 unit, but let's do it 10 units, I question whether the character of the area would be retained, or whether the services, the parking, the whole works would be compromised.
All good points, Ann.
No, sorry, I am speaking
I'm sorry,
to this
folks, can you hold it
gentleman.
down, please?
We're having a debate.
And I just wanted, all good points. I just wanted to, you mentioned a garden suite and an additional 2 units. I don't see that anywhere.
It's in here someplace that he's proposing 2 gardens.
I don't see it on the site plan. Chair, I think that's an important point. Can we just go to committee and confirm with
Yeah,
the agent
let's,
that there is
Yeah,
a
we'll step
proposal
out
for a
now.
garden suite?
Yeah, stepping out. Mr. Agent, can you confirm if there's anything in the material about a garden suite, please?
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Chair, I was speaking while muted. There is no garden suite being proposed, as you can see from what's on the screen.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that's
So
an
there's-
important
There's
distinction.
not 10, it's 8.
There's 8.
Yeah.
I'll take it back. No garden suite is proposed, may not build. 8, I looked up and down the street. I don't even see any semis. I don't see 2 dwelling units on lots. Mr. Bukowski has given us a lot of information as to the lot patterns. This is the smallest lot in quite a large area. He's got 2 of them that are smaller. But in this general area, this is the smallest lot, and he's proposing to change that into 8 dwelling units, proposed to permit 8 dwelling units.
Okay,
I think the change, I would like to see a more gradual change. I know we want to have multiplexes. I would like to see multiplexes on some of the main roads, not in the interior on the local roads.
okay. No, thank you, Ms. McCauley. You've made yourself very clear. And thank you, Mr. Clay, for asking the question, and Mr. Bukowski for giving us an answer. Ms. Ullman or Mr. Khan, please weigh in.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I'll just say this. I mean, I think maybe on a personal level, certainly myself, do I think multiplexes are a great idea in neighborhoods? No, on a personal level, I don't. But as a committee member, the reality is that the city, you can build a 4-plex anywhere in Toronto, in any neighborhood, and that's what they want to see. So the fact that there isn't one there yet on the street is really, yes, it's going to change the character, but it's permitted. As a matter of fact, the city's encouraging, and the ink has barely dried, they're already looking at 6-plexes. So I think, as much as I also like to see trees preserved, the fact that you can actually build 2 houses on this lot as of right and cut the tree down, I'm kind of sort of in the same line of thought as my colleague, Mr. Clay. So if Mr. Benkowski came in next week with an application for 2 homes, we wouldn't be sitting here having this conversation. It's unfortunate. I love seeing the trees preserved, but I think as a committee member and tests and what we have to look at, it all fits within what the city wants and with the city policies. So that's my 2 cents worth. And yeah, I'm struggling with it, but forestry does have conditions for us to put in. And the reality is that if at the end of the day, they stop this from going forward because they do have that authority, then Mr. Benkowski and the owner will have to make a decision whether or not they want to appeal that to council to move forward with the application.
Thank you, Ms. Ullman. Mr. Khan, do you want to say anything, or should we? Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think already my colleagues have expressed their views and they're quite clear. I understand, I think the shortage of housing is one of the main issues that we are as a community addressing, along with our elected politicians. It is urgent, it is needed, it will be welcomed, but not at the cost of those localities which are well established, open, and want to see the housing being improved, but not in a fashion where the frontages or lot areas are so small that that will destroy the neighborhood. And in that context, I think there has to be certain limit to somewhere where the frontages, lot areas, and setbacks should be considered seriously, not to dislodge or discourage the people who live in that area for ages. And I'm of the opinion that ER conditions and forestry conditions are a little bit concerning to me, so I will be voting in that direction.
Okay.
Chair, if you'd like, we'll put a motion on the table and see where it goes.
Run with it, please.
For all points that were made earlier, and additionally, I'm looking at the variances as well, and the variances are, there's only 4 variances for each, and it's quite minor. I will propose that we approve this application. Sorry, I'm just looking for, Colin, is there a forestry condition or?
Yes, there are.
Are there
Should the,
forestry conditions?
should the committee approve the application, it would be subject to forestry conditions.
I believe it's forestry condition number 2, and then on both of the lots, it's forestry condition number 3. Is that correct? I think on the consent, it's number 2, and number 3 on both of the lots.
That's correct. It's as per the memo.
Great. Okay, then I will move approval subject to those forestry conditions and the standard engineering conditions. And planning condition, nope, there is no planning condition.
Thank you, Mr. Clay. So Mr. Clay's put forth a motion to approve the application subject to engineering review conditions, urban forestry conditions. All those in favor of approving the application?
Hang on, you need a second?
Oh, sorry, I jumped that, yep.
I'll second it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seconded by Ms. Omen. All those in favor of the application? That's 2. All those opposed? That's 3. The application is denied. We're going to take a break, and we'll get back to you.
So do we have to put a motion on the table to refuse?
So the motion for,
Motion approval is refused,
Right.
loses, and we have to put a motion into another motion. So someone has to make another motion.
Okay, I will make the motion to refuse the consent application and the 2 variance applications to refuse these.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, ma'am, I'm going to ask you to please refrain from commenting out loud. We're in the middle of a discussion.
yes, you're putting forth the motion.
I'm putting forth the motion to refuse the consent as it's inconsistent with the lot fragment in the area.
Yeah.
And the variances, I recommend, I propose that they be refused as they are not minor.
Okay. And will you second that, Mr. Khan? Mr. Khan is,
I will second that motion.
thank you. All right, we're going to take a break.
No, we got to take a
We gotta
vote.
take a vote.
Oh, sorry. All those in favor of that? That's 3-4.
Yeah.
And opposed? 2 opposed. Thank you.
Huh? Oh, it doesn't matter.
No, but what area? The Scarborough area.
I live in Ward 22. And, you know, and like I said, I put my whole life into that. I've raised my kids there. I just retired in February, so, you know, I've worked really, really hard for my retirement, right? And then these guys come along and they
Yeah.
say, we don't care.
I
We
know.
don't care. We're putting an apartment building in your backyard.
Some money works.
Huh?
Money works.
They just want to be re-voted in. There's going to be an election next year.
But why you are here?
Why am I here?
Do you have any business
No,
today?
no, I don't have any business today. I'm just
Okay, we're going to come back into session, and thank you for your indulgence, everyone present. I'm going to ask everyone here for their cooperation. This only works if we can get through our agenda as volunteers. We're not salaried employees, and we're trying to work through everybody's application today. Whether you're in favor or against an application, it only works when we're uninterrupted. That's my first time in 2 years that I've had to be interrupted. And I'm hoping that we can actually get through this work for the consideration of not just one person, but all people present, including the people at the front here, because we are people too. So at the end of the day, please refrain from interrupting these proceedings. We understand there's emotionality attached to it, and there's some heartfelt feelings, but this is the business we do, and we're hoping that we can get your cooperation. And that would be what I think as Torontonians we do best. We respect other people, not just our own view. We left off on that last application item, and now we're going to go to item number 20 unless somebody has something else. We're good? Okay. So item 20, 29 Anson Avenue. We have conditions of approval, community planning. We also have, of course, engineering review. We have urban forestry. We have correspondence. We have 3 signatures, form letters of support, a letter of objection. We also have 2 registered speakers. Are the 2 speakers for Anson? Hi, how you doing? Thanks for coming out. And at this point, I'll just ask, is the agent or applicant online?
Through the chair.
Good afternoon.
Hello, can we have your first and last name and your address and your status in this matter, please?
Sorry, I'm unable to hear anything.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Can we have your first and last name and your address, please?
I'm the applicant. My name is Nusrat Jahan. Address 3400 Danforth Avenue, Suite 5.
Thank you very much. In this matter, there's quite a bit of conditions of approval and some people that here that may object. So having said that, do you want to give us a brief presentation, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
I would request the staff to pull out the presentation, please. Yeah, so the application was, we are deferred in the previous May hearing. The application was to sever the lot in 2 parts and to build 2-story detached SFD in each parts. We had 4 variances in the previous hearing, and even today we are here with the 4 variances. The reason for the deferral in the previous hearing was that we were advised to mitigate the concerns of the neighbor at 25 Anson Avenue. So we did have had a meeting on June 3rd with the representative of the owner, Ren Walker, so that we can request tree removal, tree removal at the west side of the property. But since she didn't approve, we revised the basement floor plan of the part 1. We reduced the floor area and then kept everything above the ground same as the original proposal. So the full foundation at the part 1, the west side of the property, the full foundation, the original proposal, the foundation was pulled further away from the neighbor tree protection zone. And the first floor of the will be cantilevered over helical piles, screw piles along the west building line. And there is no change in part 2 since deferral. And to mitigate the concerns of neighbor, we revised the proposal for part 1. We revised the basement floor area of part 1. We reduced it. If the staff, I would request through chair, if the staff can pull out the arborist report, please. And page 13. Yeah, so this is the revised plan. As you can see, we have pulled the foundation of the basement away from the tree protection zone. Next page, please. And this is the current condition of the basement floor plan. And as you can see, there are helical screw piles proposed to support the ground floor plan. So at the ground floor level, there is no change in the floor area, but we have revised the basement floor area. And to do that, we had to apply definitely to the urban forestry tree permit. We did that, and there are 5 tree removal requests. Out of them, 4 are poor structure, and 1 of them are okay. Then the neighbor side trees that were the primary concern during the previous deferral, the neighbor trees and the boundary trees all will be protected. They will be injured. They will be protected as per arborist report recommendation and definitely as per approval from the urban forestry. And with these revised arborist report and TPZ plans, and then again tree plantation plan, because of the removal, we proposed 13 new trees plantation proposal. So all these are submitted to the committee staff when we applied for the second hearing. So this is, if we go to the variances, we have 4 variances. I would request the staff to go to the presentation, please. Yeah. Yeah, so we have 4 variances. These are on variances that are related to consent or lot frontage. If you see the planning report, the community planning report, they have particularly said that they commented that proposed lot frontage is consistent with other lots in the surrounding neighborhood. So the required is 12 and ours will be 11.43 in each parts. So this is minor in nature because the difference is 0.07 meter. And I have to say it's an oversized lot. The minimum required lot area is 464 and we have more than that. It's 102.5.1 and 102.4.1. In other building height and main wall height, even the length, they are very minor differences. In terms of building length, the reason we have a little more than the required, which is 17, ours is 18.29 because we have to maximize the functionality and value of this land.
Okay, Miss Jahan, I'm going to have to cut you off there. We've let you run over a little bit. I was hoping you'd finish up. At this point, I think we'll just turn to the committee members and see if they have any questions from. Go ahead, Miss McCauley.
Thank you. I'm looking for a letter from the Urban Forestry. Did you receive a letter from Urban Forestry commenting on your proposal to cut back the basement of the houses? Is that it there?
This is the old letter. This is a memo.
Yeah, I found the old letter dated March. I'm looking for something. Did you actually meet with them? Or
Yes, we reduced the basement floor area, yes.
No. Did you meet with Urban Forestry? With any of?
No, we didn't have a chance. We applied for urban forestry tree application. We did that already.
Okay, so you've gone ahead and decided that you'll cut back the basement, presumably to preserve the roots
Yes.
of the tree. But the first floor is still going to be at grade level.
Yes.
And we don't have any comments from Urban Forestry that this is satisfactory.
So as we have applied to the urban forestry, I mean, even if we are denied or approved, they will definitely have their comments, and we will abide by that, definitely, yes.
Okay, yes. Connor?
Sorry, go ahead.
Through the chair, the comments in your package, the matrix comments to the chart, those are the most recent comments, and you'll see that we can put them up if we can. You'll see that for this item, Urban Forestry is recommending conditions 3 for the consent application and condition 2 for the 2 associate minor variance applications. Those are the most current Urban Forestry recommendations.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Which really means that Urban Forestry has not commented on her proposal.
We did submitted all the revised arborist report to the committee. I'm not sure if those were circulated by committee staff, but those are uploaded in the AIC.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McCauley. Thank you, Ms. So clearly, we have in our package conditions of approval from community planning, engineering review, and urban forestry. And to the deputy treasurer's point, that's separate conditions for each application, and that's in our package. It's well stated. Okay. Does anybody have, okay, we have speakers here. Can you guys come on down? Thank you. Thank you for coming today. When you finally get down to the mic, first and last names and the address. Are you going to be co-presenting or each one? Each one. Are you a different resident? Okay, thank you very much for that. Appreciate it.
Avenue. I spoke at the May 7th hearing, and I was clear about the division. Sorry, I'm going to mostly read because I have a lot to say, so I apologize for not necessarily looking at you. The division of the property is not desirable due to the fact that it would damage or destroy trees on my mother's property. My understanding is that the committee decision to defer was due to the fact that they didn't have the right to cut the trees without permission, and the current building plan at that point was too close for some of those trees. On June 3rd, at their request, I met with the owner, Mr. Ahmed, and the engineer, Mr. Ali, and again, the topic was about cutting the trees down, particularly the silver maple in my mom's backyard. I again made it very clear that there were to be no change, no trees on the property were to be cut down. I was not approving of it. At the end of this meeting, Mr. Ali wasn't very happy, and he made a comment that they would be able to cut the roots. After hearing that, I contacted Shirley Lai to address my concerns about that specific comment. She passed it on to Forestry, who advised me that there had been no permission given. Shortly after that meeting, building materials, the meeting with Mr. Ahmed and Mr. Ali, building materials started appearing in the backyard of 29 Anson. And I find it interesting that the new plans state that heavy equipment will be accessed from the opposite side of the property, opposite to my mother's property. And I know that heavy equipment is not supposed to go over tree roots to protect them. Yet for approximately 3 months, there has been a substantial pile of building materials, quite heavy, I have pictures, right beside the silver maple, which was the one that they truly want cut down. And I am very concerned that it's already damaging the roots to that tree. On August 5th, I received a text from Nusrat Jahan stating about the revised proposal that they'd submitted will not require injury or removal of any of your trees. But the plan, however, states that they will be cutting roots and injuring those trees. So I don't really have much faith in what these people plan to do. I don't really trust them. They've sent me texts at midnight, and I don't really know why I'm getting all these texts because I'm not in business with them.
Are you finished?
Yeah.
Oh,
Aside from the comments that I'd already made about how it, on May 7th, about how it changes things in the community, I'm concerned about the trees on my mother's property. That I really don't want them being damaged or destroyed.
Thank you for that. And understood. You've been very clear. You want that tree and your mother's tree to be protected. And you were consistent from the first time we met in this committee chamber. So, okay, noted. Does anybody have any questions for this speaker? Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead. First and last name, address. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name's Colleen Rumble. I reside at 18 Anson Avenue. I spoke to you at the last meeting concerning this property. I would like to note that the documentation that was submitted when I last addressed you it still stands. That means that the community and the street are still in opposition to this proposed build and the severance of the lot. I reiterate that this is a veteran lot, which is a unique characteristic of this neighborhood. There are two supporting documents for this hearing submitted with respect to precedents, both for and against the severance of this lot. The submission by the builder refers to the severance of a corner lot. The subject lot, 29 Anson Avenue, is an interior lot. The corner lot was severed while maintaining the existing home, ensuring the character of the veteran lot from a street view was not impacted. As you've just heard from Ren, the division of this lot is not desirable, as it would require either the destruction or damage to her mother's trees. I would also note that the division of this lot is not desirable to the immediate community or neighborhood, as it destroys a characteristic that is very unique to this neighborhood. I hope that the criteria of the four tests are applied when considering this application, and that the application for severance be denied. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Hold on. I have a question for you. Was there any consultation with the owner applicant or the agent in this matter?
With respect to me?
Yeah.
No.
I just wanted to check in with you because that
Okay,
was something
yeah.
we're always keen to know here at the committee if the people are talking, which is useful to keep things transparent. Does anyone have any questions? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. This is where we give an opportunity to the applicant or their agent to speak to what they've heard. So if they can be brought back on, let's hear from them, please.
Through Chair, if the staff can pull out the arborist report, page 13, please. So I have heard the concerns that 25 Anson Avenue owner representative have. We are not touching any of the boundary or the basically 3, 4, 6, 7, the number 3, 4, 6, 7 trees. As you can see, these are the boundary or neighbor trees. So we are not removing them, that's clear. But there will be injury if any of the branches are in the way of the construction. Now, if the staff can go to the previous page, page 7, please. Yeah, so it's, if you go to the 7, the construction phase tree protection, arborist report clearly states that no pruning of crown of any tree is permitted by construction staff. So we are very much conservative on that. And then if the branches are found to be in the way of construction activities, pruning of trees should be arranged by a site supervisor with the competent arborists. And this report is going to the urban forestry, so they will see everything, they will review it, and they will say their yes or no. And about the root injury, if you go to the next point, 7.3, the underground utilities will be placed outside the tree protection zone for the 3 and 4. And the machine, about the machine concern, there's no scope, the heavy machine can go there. So in cases, there will be, so in some cases, we have to do the hand digging at the driveway side. And so I guess the heavy machine injury, root injury is not the biggest concern for the 2025 and Son owner. About the association, we haven't got touched with them, but their comments, their concerns about the drainage, about the tree protection. So tree protection is definitely reviewed by urban forestry, and about the drainage, it will be reviewed by building permit while we are in that stage. The building permit revision department will review that. And the 26 Anson Avenue has gone through severance. Just the opposite lot, it has gone through the severance, and it was divided in 2 parts. I have added the documents of the severance in the presentation. If the staff can go to page 5 of my presentation, please. So we are not the first party to request for severance in this road. 26 Anson Avenue has gone through severance. So it's in the presentation, page 5, please. Through the chair, the staff, can you please pull out the presentation? Yes, thank you. Page 5, please. Sorry, the next page, please, 6. Yes, this one. So 26 Anson Avenue, just the opposite property, they have gone through the severance. So we are not the first party to request it. Yeah, I believe I have touched base with all the concerns of all the parties. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Did you say that if there's, the tree is in any way in the way of the construction, that you would bring in a arborist to trim back branches?
That's a very generic comment. So so this report will be reviewed by urban forestry, right? And they will review it. So if they are opposed to that, they will have their comments, and we will not touch those branches, definitely. So it's just a generic comment. If there is a need for branch removal or root removal, that will be done in presence of urban forestry personnel and the competent arborist personnel, in the presence of them.
Okay, just so I understand, that's a general comment or that's a fact?
Let me see.
And why I ask is I've gone through the materials extensively, and I haven't seen anything that indicated urban forestry would come out and witness if anything needed to be trimmed. Has anybody else on this committee seen that?
No, I think
Urban
maybe a
forestry-
reference would be to a private company coming in and cutting the private tree branches.
And that's what I was driving at, so go ahead, miss. Go ahead.
So at this point, 3, 4, 6, 7, they're not really on the boundary. No, no. The branches are not really on the boundary. No.
Miss, that's not what I asked you. Let's just
The
park that.
canopies are on the boundary, but not the.
Yeah, that's not what I asked you. So we're gonna end it right there for a moment. And does anybody else on committee have a question? Okay. So having said that, I think at this point we've spoken to our speakers and this app agent. and we should go into committee. So,
Can I add one more line, Mr. Chair?
yes, one, briefly, please.
Yeah. So my point was, if we are not allowed to touch any branch or root by the Iron Forestry, if they review and they doesn't approve it, we'll not do that. Yeah, definitely, we'll avoid that.
Okay, thank you. So the application stands. We're in committee now, so we'll have a discussion here. Clearly, with respect to this application, there's conditions of approval from the various departments that we've talked about. There's also letters of objection, and we've heard from the good folks that showed up here today to speak to us personally. This is an issue of, again, tree protection, but also what the permissible rules allow when somebody wants to build. I am concerned about the agent's sometimes explanation on things that initially I perceived she was saying would happen, and then, if I heard her correctly, she said a general comment. So I'm not sure, other than my reliance on urban forestry, that have said we can approve this application from our standpoint if the conditions are followed. So I would be in favor of approving this, only under the conditions that the conditions are followed by community planning, engineering review, and urban forestry. But I'm listening, and I'm still formulating. Go ahead, Ms. McCauley.
Okay. I'm listening to and listening carefully, and I'm reading the information that we have that we have received. Unfortunately, we haven't received the information that we need. I've looked at urban forestry. Those are comments of March. Staff have sent 2 reports. They're also March. There's nothing recent that talks about this proposal to preserve the tree or cut back part of the tree. It's frustrating that we don't have anything from urban forestry. I believe we can approve the application and tell urban forestry, it's up to you now, guys. But that doesn't seem to be the appropriate manner. Sorry.
I don't mean to interrupt, but I just.
Can you find it?
Well, there's an August 6th memo from Urban Forestry attaching a series of conditions. It's in our package. Maybe staff, can you pull that up?
Nope.
There it is, August the 6th. So there are conditions associated with this
August 6th.
application.
I got March.
There's an earlier one, but just below that one, Ann, there is another one.
Urban forestry conditions. Go ahead. Well, I look.
Do you need a hand, or you okay? No, I think I found it. Okay.
Well, Ms. McCauley's looking over that. Thank you, Mr. Clay. This is my reference to the conditions of approval that I was referring to, the August 6th letter. I find, again, it's subject to how the process is carried out. I cannot find fault with the applicant's legal right to build or adjust on their property, but I am concerned about the tree. And so I'm relying on urban forestry as recently as August 6th that have said, okay, we're okay with that, but here's the conditions to do it. Go ahead. Anyone? Go ahead.
Through the chair, can you put your mic on?
Microphone in.
I'm reading the comments.
While Ms. McCauley is reading the comments, can I?
Go ahead, because I don't see anything that urban forestry is.
All right.
Here.
So I just also want to add, there is an arborist report, which was something that we had asked for. So the arborist report is here. And then the chart is in the old material, the one that we had on the screen that shows all the trees with the plan and sort of has the index of what they're going to do. Then there is an urban forestry memo, and then there are the conditions, which are August 6th, which, so clearly, things have changed from the last time to now, because the conditions were different than they are now from forestry. They're asking for number 3 and number 2 on the lots. So I think there has been dialogue with forestry, and I think that forestry is okay with it, because if they weren't, they probably would have given us a refusal report, but I don't see that here. In terms of the variances, I think, you know, for building 2 houses, only 4 variances is, in my opinion, minor. The numbering is also minor, in my opinion, compared to what we see sometimes where they want to build, you know, 2 houses and we see like 12 variances or more. So if we're in committee, that's my, like, I feel that this application is reasonable. You know, if I were moving a motion, I would ask that, just for the record, that there would be some consultation with the neighbor. If it looks like anything is going to damage the tree, the neighbor's tree, or branches have to be cut, that they have, you know, that they undertake to communicate with the next door neighbor to make sure that those trees survive, because they are big trees and we want to keep them. So not a condition, just for the record.
I personally like that. Deputy Treasurer, for the record, can that be, if that's something the agent agrees to for the applicant?
Through the chair, if you can check with the agent.
All right. Okay. Let's step out of committee. Can we speak to the agent again online?
Through the chair, if it is required to undertake an agreement with the neighbor at 25 Anson Avenue, we will do that, yes.
I'm going to let Ms.
We
Holman
can't,
discuss it.
just to be clear, we can't enforce an agreement, so it's just an undertaking that we put it for the record that you will speak to the neighbors, that you're not just going to blow in with equipment and knock the branches off, but that you're actually going to get them properly trimmed if it's necessary, but that you'll make every effort to protect the next door trees. So it's not a formal agreement, it's just a for the record comment that you will do that.
Yes, we agree to that, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Holman. And that will be then reflected in the video and the transcript of what we're talking about here. So I hope you hold yourself to that.
And then if I'm moving a motion, then I would also, I don't know if Ann had any more comments or not, but if I can go ahead with the motion, are you okay? All right. So I would move that the application be approved and that the planning conditions in the supplementary report for the, it's dated August 8th, and it does include the new site plan to the report, that be included. And also, I guess, the standard consent conditions, and that I believe it's forestry condition 2 on each of the lots and 3, is that correct?
Yes, what is in the memo? You could just say urban forestry, and
Okay,
I'm
so-
assuming it will also be your engineering review as well?
Yeah, the engineering report, so that would be my motion, and then for the record, if
Can you make it tight in terms of, so we capture it for the minutes, what exactly you'd like?
Okay, so for the record, I would just like that the agent has agreed to undertake speaking to the neighbor if it's necessary to have to have branches removed of the trees, so that they will minimize branches, but that they will properly cut, and that they will talk to the neighbors ahead of time if there is any impact.
Can I summarize this? The owner will speak to the neighbor. Which neighbor?
It would be the neighbor.
25 Anson.
25. Yeah.
At 25 Anson Avenue regarding,
Oh, that just to clarify, to the daughter of the owner? Yeah, okay, so to the daughter of the owner of number 25, and however,
I'll just, okay,
okay?
regarding tree protection,
Yeah.
regarding,
Yeah, regarding tree protection of the trees on lot 25, right?
okay.
Okay, we have heard Ms. Ullman's motion, and we've heard the add-on, which was succinctly put by the Deputy Treasurer, Ms. Ullman. And do we have someone that'll second that? Go ahead, Ms. McCauley.
Yeah, I'll second that. I think that's the best we can do, really, given the issue of the trees and the discussion. Urban forestry still has to approve these trees. And I don't see any reason to hold up approval of this application while they do so. So
Okay, thank you for,
I second the motion.
thank you for seconding the motion. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. The application's approved. All right, moving right along. We have item 2146 Glenmuir Drive. The purpose of the application is to construct a new two-story detached dwelling with a secondary suite in the basement, an integral garage with vehicular access from Glenmuir Drive, a front porch and walkway, a side north basement walkout, a side south deck and walkway, and rear second story balcony. The existing one-story detached dwelling and detached garage will be demolished. Note this application was deferred at the Committee of Adjustment May 7th. I see from our paperwork, I have a conditions of approval from Urban Forestry, Community Planning, written correspondence is 4 letters of objection. And I also note this will be an amended application to remove variances 3, 6, 7, 8, and 10 to approve, refuse, or amend. I notice the gentleman's taken a seat, so he'll probably be speaking to us today. Thank you, sir, for coming. And do we have the agent or applicant online?
Yes, I'm here.
First and last name, sir, your address, professionally speaking, and your status in this matter.
Yes, good afternoon, honorable members of the committee. My name is Faizan Akhtar of FA Engineering. Address is 1237 Woodbine Avenue, Toronto, Ontario, M4C4E5. And I'm the agent.
Thank you very much. In light of a speaker here and in light of letters of objection, I think it would be prudent to have a brief presentation. Please proceed.
Yes. So this is our second hearing. The original hearing was deferred due to placement of the public notice. We're here before the committee for 46 Glenmuir. The growing family there, they're looking to convert the bungalow into a 2-story home. The initial hearing, as I mentioned, was deferred. We were trying to resolve some of the issues with community planning. Ultimately, we were able to get a positive report from them. All of those items have been resolved. Hence, some of the items that were redlined in the public notice. Some of the items that were deleted from the public notice were related to the setbacks and the height, or they were actually adjusted. So the initial item there relates to height. We were able to find some of the precedents that has been approved in other projects. 90 Mason Road, they were approved for height of 10.83 meter. 42 Glenmuir, they were approved for a height of about 9.2 meter. And 48 Martindale, that's in the proximity as well, they were approved for a height of 9.4 meter as well. Apart from that, the height related to the exterior walls, that was approved for some of the projects at 43 Martindale Road and 12 Chesterton Boulevard as well, which was increased to 7.9 meter and 7.7 meters for 2 of the projects respectively. And The setbacks are mostly related to the orientation of our lot. If you look at the site plan, it is a corner lot, which puts us in a tricky position. We're not encroaching any forward from where the existing bungalow stood. It still stands, so we're not encroaching any more beyond the front yard setback of that. That's about it.
Thank you, sir. If I understand you correctly, your contention is that you have made some movement on your end with the removal of variances 3, 6, 7, 8, and 10?
Correct, yes. And we've received a positive report from community planner.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody, go ahead, Deputy?
Through the chair, just one other item is that since the application was amended by the applicant, there is also a technical amendment that's required for under the purpose of the application to remove any reference to the second story balcony, because that has been deleted. We will reflect that if the committee approves that amendment. We will reflect that in the notice of decision.
Very good. Always very useful. Thank you for that. I think we should, if nobody has a question or comment, turn to the gentleman who's been waiting. First and last name, sir, address.
Good afternoon. My name is Paul Nadashotko, and I reside at 50 Martindale Road, which is 2 streets south of Glenmuir. And just very quickly, I am concerned about the precedent that will be set for future development applications or variance request applications in our neighborhood. So I have already submitted a letter of objection. I'm not going to review what I've got in there. You've all read it. But I do want to speak to the reports from community planning, because the most recent one was not there when at the time I submitted my letter of objection. So I just want to point out the initial planning report recommended total refusal of the extra building length, which has since been amended, but the rear yard setback request still remains. And back then, the planning report indicated it does not meet the official plan, it does not meet the 4 tests, and they were concerned that it's going to set a negative precedent in the neighborhood because there's no other build in the area or surrounding area that has a rear yard setback less than 7.52 meters, if I remember correctly without reading. When I read the most recent planning report, the rationale for now sort of contradicting that initial report is that the existing garage, or that the requested variance of 3.01 meters is greater than the existing side yard setback of the existing garage, which was there during the initial report. So I guess the rationale, if this proposed build was a single story, I think I'd agree with that rationale, because the existing garage is, in my estimate, 8 foot high, wood frame construction, maybe 18, 20 feet deep. It's unoccupied as well. But what is proposed is essentially a raised 2.5 story, or it's in my eyes, it's a 3-story house, because if you include the basement that's elevated, the top of roof elevation is 4 times higher than that existing garage, and the facade is 45 feet wide, roof line to roof line. So to me, in my mind, that's comparing apples and oranges. So I think a dangerous, I don't like using the word dangerous. I think a precedent will be set if that particular variance is approved. And that's concerning because that's significant. That's a 60% reduction to what is currently required as a rear yard setback. And, you know, Mr. Ford already brought in this Ontario Regulation 624, whatever you call it, to allow people to maximize the lots, to build more density. And, you know, I just think that we need, you guys have a difficult job because the bylaws are changing like crazy. You've got to deal with all the new regulations, but I also want to point out that Scarborough Southwest opted out of 5 plexes and 6 plexes. Okay, so there's more than just the contradiction of opinion in the planning report. I just don't think the rationale is appropriate to compare an 8-foot garage to a 35 or 32-foot new build. The impacts of that east elevation is far more impactful than the existing garage. The existing garage was built there probably 40, 50 years ago. It doesn't impact anybody in its current form. But this new build, that close to an adjacent property line, it's going to set a precedent, and that's what I'm concerned about. Okay. The other thing, and I did mention this in my letter of objection, because I got to watch this meeting this morning. And in principle, I support multiplexes. I support garden suites, laneway suites, secondary suites. My own house is a 3-plex. I worked in housing and land development my whole life. And I support more homes, generally in greenfield subdivisions, because it drives our economic engine. That's critical. But I think we have to be careful when we move into an established neighborhood in how we move forward with all these zoning amendments. The owner wants to have a big house for his growing family. If such was the case, why did he pick one of the smallest lots to buy to build the biggest house he wants? There's plenty of big lots here.
Point made, very poignant, compelling statement at the end. You've gone over, so I'm going to stop you there, but I let you
Okay,
go
thank you for
over.
your time.
No, thank you. And just hold on a minute. We may have some questions here. Okay, there is no questions.
Okay.
But you were very clear, sir, and we understand where you're coming. I understand where you're coming from.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We now give the applicant or their agent an opportunity to respond to that, so please go ahead.
Yes, so the neighbor here lives about 2 streets down, he said. And I believe there are certain precedents already in on his street, Martindale, which is 2 streets over. 43 Martindale, they had approval for additional height and setbacks, and 48 Martindale as well. And also his concern would still stand if, I mean, the zoning variance will still stand if we were to build a bungalow, because it is a corner lot. The existing setbacks are being maintained. So if we were to build a bungalow, you would still run into the setback issue then, or even if we were to propose a garden home, right? A garden home would still would have the setbacks similar to what we are proposing, but at that point they will be within the bylaw, within the zoning bylaw. So the concerns are not really valid in my opinion, but I mean I'll leave it up to the committee to grant his approval, please.
Are you done, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, no, that's fine. Thank you. I just wanted to check in. At this point, there is no other speakers. We've heard your comments back to the speaker we had, so I think at this point we'll go into committee. Now we find ourselves in committee, and who would like to lead? Okay, so we're going to talk about then what the procedure will be going forward here. So if we have an applicant who's removed several variances, 3, 6, 7, 8, and 10, that is a difference from the last time this matter was up. And we have still opposition to it. I find that the applicant has made, or their agent has made efforts to modify the application. I find no conditions from Community Planning or Urban Forestry that are refusing this application. I am well aware of the letters of objection. It's very clear to me, but I find no legal grounding or policy grounding that this does not meet the 4-test rule. So for me, if this goes to a vote, which it will, I'll be voting to approve it. But I'm going to remain open to any thoughts that maybe I am not considering or something that I'm missing in this application. Thanks, Mr. Clay.
Yeah, sure. Chair, I agree with you. I did note that this made significant changes. Probably the biggest one was the reduction in length, which I think was an important concession to reduce the massing. I do note that the height, while seeking a variance, is only 0.49 over the 9-meter allowable height, and there's a new build right adjacent to it, which is likely about the same height, it looks like. So I don't think it would be inconsistent with the redevelopment activity that's happening in this neighborhood. It is a corner lot, so there is a little bit more space available to it. Again, with the, as you pointed out, with the changes that the applicant has made to the variances, I think they do go a significant way to mitigate what the original application was brought forward. I do appreciate the speaker's comments. It is hard to deal with change. It does, people do have different perspectives on what constitutes character and change in character, but every neighborhood in this city is undergoing relative degrees of change. It's just the nature of the way things are happening, and people are investing in those communities, and that is, I think, overall a pretty good thing. So I would agree with you. I think it's a supportable application now.
Thank you for your comments. Ms. McCauley?
I'm going to agree with my colleague here. I've noticed that they made a number of changes, deleted 5 variances, which is a good move. And I'm just going to add that community planning have added that if this application be approved, that it be built in accordance with the site plan dated June 22nd. So we want assurance that what we see is what we get.
Okay. Chair, if you'd like, I'll make a motion. For the reasons we've all shared, I'll move approval of this application subject to the planning conditions, tying it to plans, and forestry condition number 1.
Through the chair, the technical amendment?
Amended, yes, an amended application.
Yes, as amended, and also the technical amendment regarding the purpose of the application, remove the reference.
Good catch, thank you.
The second-story balcony.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you, Deputy. Thank you, Mr. Clay. So Mr. Clay's put forward a motion.
Through the chair, the planning report that you have in front of you doesn't reflect the revised plans.
Oh.
So,
Can we just tie the approval to the revised plans?
yes, you can.
I think that's probably the best.
Yes, but it wouldn't be just subject to the community planning conditions,
report,
but
yeah.
it'd be just.
So I'll amend my motion to say that the move to approve, subject to tying it to the revised site plan. I don't know, have the date on it, Colin?
Through the chair, my understanding is that
It's the old plan
it's the July 25th plans.
that you want to tie it to. Sorry. Everyone's looking behind me.
It is the July 25th plan that's attached to the planning report.
Yeah, that's in our agenda. The revised plan is dated July 24th.
Yeah, but I'm looking at the community planning report, and if you scroll to the end of it, it's got the plan, and if you look at the date, it's July 25th.
Through the chair, would you give us a second to pull up the community planning staff report, and we'll
Yeah,
note
let's do that.
the error. there was an error in the staff report where they're referring, they were referring to an outdated set of plans.
Oh, in the report.
Yes,
But
so
they
that's-
attached the right.
They attached the correct plans, but so, here, if you
So
could
how
shoot-
would you like me just to tie the approval to the revised site plan dated July 25th?
That's right, and we will make sure
Okay.
the whole thing gets reflected
All right.
correctly.
All right. You're not going to make
Sorry.
me state the motion all over again, are you?
Sorry to belabor this, but if you look at the report. On July 25th, the applicant submitted a revised proposal, blah, 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 and it refers to July 25th in here, in the text of the report also, but if you want to.
But if you look at the recommendation, it's referring to the June 20, I think it's June 22nd.
The top.
Yes, so if you look, actually dated June 22nd. Yes, but the plans were not updated. The date of the plans, it should have been reflected.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why.
So we'll just refer, in the motion, we'll refer to tying it to the revised site plan dated July 25th.
Yes, but can we take this out of committee just for,
To confirm?
the applicant wants to speak and just to confirm this?
Okay, we are now out of committee.
Okay. Can you put the applicant on?
2 inches. I received an email from Maksuda, I think this morning, and Jamie Atkinson, who is the manager. There's a discrepancy of about 2 inches on the established grade. So if it's only minor, right, 2 inches. So if the approval could be tied to the actual public notice, actually, if possible, please.
How do we do that? Yeah, sorry, sir, you're referring to the public notice. You've revised.
The one red line.
You have the red line version, yeah, that's fine. We were approving your amended application, but the question becomes, we want to tie it to the site plan. So if we tie it to the July 25th revised site plan, is that the most recent?
That is the most recent, but there is I'm not sure if it'd be okay with the examiner, right? Because there is a discrepancy of about 2 inches of the established grade.
In the revised plan?
Yeah, this morning they found out that there's a discrepancy of 2 inches, and Jamie Atkinson, he sent an email. I could forward it to Shirley Lai, and he said that you could still proceed with it. It's a very minor discrepancy, but I mean, it will need to be addressed at the time of building permit, right? And it's a discrepancy of about 2 inches. So I'm not sure, it would be better if we could tie the approval to the public notice, the red line public notice, rather than the actual site plan, right? Because the calculations will change on the site plan by about 2 inches, right? It's very minor.
But why would we tie it to those when we're approving the variances? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, so just approve the variances and maybe don't tie it to the site plan itself, right? Because we will make some minor changes to the site plan. Just in terms of the established grade by about 2 inches. I don't know if the 2 inches will affect the examiner's decision, but it is a very minor.
Yeah, okay, sir, we've got it. It's a very minor thing to you. Let's just park that for a minute. I'm going to step a little further here because we usually don't do this. Do you have something relevant to say to this?
You want to come down to the microphone, sir?
Yes, I'd like to address the established grade. The established grade was determined incorrectly. They used reference points. They're not even close to where they were supposed to be taken from. I looked at the legal survey. I looked at the closest ground geodetic elevations, closest to where they should have been taken from. And I think I identified these numbers in my letter of objection. And I believe, I don't have this in front of me, You have it in my letter. I think it was 6 or 8 inches, and I'm going to suggest it's even higher, okay? And what really needs to happen here, the surveyor needs to go out, take ground elevations at the appropriate location to determine and recalculate the correct established grade, because that's going to be the datum point from which this project is built.
Okay.
And I can tell you right now, they're using one that's lower. Okay, so when they go to use the actual, it makes that structure that much higher.
Okay, so I did you a favor. We let you re-enter. I don't usually do that. but
Okay,
thought it
yeah,
was
I
important,
appreciate that.
And I appreciate you adding this extra information because it's useful to us. So thank you.
Thank you.
Let's go back
Can
to
I,
us. Go
can I
ahead,
say
Ms. Holman.
something? I
course you
know
can.
that my colleague was about to move a motion, but given the fact with this new development, it seems to me that this could actually lead to a further change in variances in terms of the height. So I hate to say this because I don't like deferrals, and especially after we've been talking about this forever, but I think otherwise, if we approve the variances as is, and he may have to come back again. So to me, it makes more sense to just fix this and defer the item. So that's my take on
Yeah,
this.
I'm going to jump in quickly, Deputy. I'm sorry, but I've got reservations too. From the gentleman's information to the gentleman online who's the agent suggesting that 2 inches is just something, I don't like it. It doesn't smell right. I'd like this to go back through deferral and make sure everything's crossed and dotted, but that's me.
Through the chair. Ultimately, it's the applicant, it's the applicant's responsibility to submit their application however they wish. It is also, in terms of the variances and identifying the variances and interpreting the zoning bylaw, that is the sole jurisdiction of Toronto Buildings, right? At the end of the day, if the variances that are submitted and as amended are not, are approved by committee and the applicant, and they don't get their building permit because they incorrectly identified the variances, then they're gonna have to come back again for a new application. You may wish to ask the applicant if they wish to defer the application in order to correctly identify the variances.
Thank you very much, Deputy, for that clarity. Agent for the applicant, I'm going to ask you if you'd be willing to defer this because you've heard the vigorous discussion.
So I'll just elaborate on this. Maksuda Bhamji, she's the zoning examiner, and she is a new zoning examiner. I think this was one of her first files, and she's the one who identified what the heights will be based on that, right? So if you grant us the approval based on 7.49 height and the total height being 9.49, and sorry, the height of the exterior walls being 7.49, we will be bound by that constraint, right? So we could be only lower than that, and we cannot be higher. We cannot be any higher than that 9.49 number for the total height. So if you bound us by the actual public notice, 9.49, we cannot be exceeding that anyways.
The only thing this committee will bind you to if we do take that route will be site plans. Yeah, not the notice. So do you understand that? And the site plans are inaccurate. So we defer it, or you go some distance, and then you're going to meet up down the road with probably the likelihood of this being stopped because it's incorrect.
I've just forwarded the email to Shirley Lai from Jamie Atkinson. He's the manager, and
Yeah.
he recommended not deferring it. It's his opinion there that don't defer it because the calculations are incorrectly done by Maksuda Bhamji, or like where she calculated the established rate from it is
Okay, sir,
inaccuracy from their
I
end.
understand. We don't have to rehash it all. Just understand this may fail down the road, because at some point this is going to come to the point of end. But right now, if you want to proceed, we'll proceed.
So, Mr. Chair, I believe Mr. Clay was in the middle of moving the motion.
Thank you. It was a good motion, too. So I guess the question that I have is, it sounds like the applicant would rather this not be tied to plans because there's an inaccuracy in the established grade. So I guess before us, we have an option. We can tie it to a plan that we know is inaccurate, which basically will boomerang back to this committee, or we just proceed with an approval of the variances and not tied to plan. And that way, we are assured that the height and the length are all locked in. So I'm fine with that.
And I take it that's your motion.
Sure. I will go back and Colin will make me restate it. I'll move approval of this application, amended application with a technical amendment to the project description, and just tie it to, or just have forestry condition number 1.
Correct. And community planning.
No, we don't want to tie, that's the tying it to the site plan, which I think.
That is, my apologies.
Which creates a bit of an issue.
No, you're right. That was my bad. And the removal of all reference to the second-story balconies, that technical.
Yeah, that was the technical
Okay,
amendment.
perfect. So we have Mr. Clay's motion, very clear. Ms. Holman, would you like to?
Sure, through you, Mr. Chairman, I'll second that motion because I feel it meets the 4 tests, and yeah.
Thank you very much. With seconded by Ms. Ullman. All those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. Okay, let's move to item 22, 33 Hunts Mill Boulevard. The purpose of the application to legalize and maintain the existing walkway constructed without a building permit on each side of the front yard driveway. The existing 2-story detached dwelling on the lot will be maintained and unaltered. According to our documents, we have conditions of approval sought by community planning. Written correspondence is 1 letter of objection. I also note that this was deferred at the April 9th Committee of Adjustment meeting to provide community planning with an opportunity to address the community planning concerns. We don't have any speakers. Do we have the applicant or agent online?
Hi. Hello.
Hello, sir. First and last name and your address.
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Junren Yan. I am the applicant, and the address is 33 Hunts Mill Boulevard.
Does anyone on this committee need a full presentation or have any questions for this gentleman?
Through the chair, please turn on your mic.
I've got here that the variance has been changed to 26%, not 31%.
It's 31.
Okay. So where I got 26 is wrong? Okay. The variance is 31%. And this hasn't changed. All he's going to do is maybe plant some trees in the front yard.
I believe there's a planning condition to plant 3 trees and to add some softscape.
Yeah. That's what I'm referring to, is the planting condition to plant 3 trees.
Chair, can I just ask a quick question?
Yes.
So, did I read somewhere, so the walkways are already constructed, are they? You've already laid them down?
Yep.
Hello? I know, I'm just trying to.
Hello?
Hi.
Can you hear?
Yeah, so you've already done the walkways. So you've done them in pavers. Are those permeable pavers or are they
They are
impermeable?
permeable pavers,
Okay.
and it's been constructed already. And we will remove part of it to create more soft landscaping, and then to plant 3 trees.
Okay.
According to the drawing.
So I just wanted to confirm that they were permeable pavers, so they allow some of the rainwater to percolate through into the soil.
Yes, it
Okay.
will.
Okay, thank you.
And that's a very good point, because that's obviously the April 2nd information I received, or we did as a committee, about making sure that eventually you address that actual concern from earlier this year, so thank you. I think at this point, unless anybody would like to have any more comments or questions, we'll go right into committee. Are we good? Okay, we're in committee. Mr. Clay, could you lead us off on this one?
Sure. Again, we don't like to see work like this being done without the appropriate permits, and that's unfortunate. Having said that, I looked at the site, and it's 2 walkways on either side of the driveway, which, from a practical perspective, makes some sense. The fact that they've increased their soft landscaping and constructed the walkways out of permeable pavers, I think, is a plus. So I don't think there's any significant impact or incremental impact to the neighbors, the street, the neighborhood. And, there is additional permeability into the soil. So I think I can support this application. And if that's no comments from my colleagues, I'll move a motion to that effect, subject to the planning conditions.
Thank you. Does anyone? Okay, go ahead.
I'll second that motion, Mr. Chairman.
Moved by Mr. Clay to approve the application subject to the community planning conditions, and seconded by Ms. Ullman. All those in favor? That's unanimous. The application's approved. Thank you. Item number 23. '23 Quamall Road to construct a new 2-story detached dwelling with a front yard balcony, a rear yard deck, and a rear yard balcony. The existing dwelling will be demolished. The application was previously deferred on June 4th, 2025 by this Committee of Adjustment. We have conditions of approval from Urban Forestry, Community Planning, and also Metrolinx. We have supplementary also to check on this, and there's also a written correspondence letter of objection and 1 speaker. You must be our speaker, sir.
Yes.
Thank you for coming. We're going to now just see if the agent applicant's online first.
Good afternoon. This is Imran Khan, architect and agent for this application. My address is 1906 Parkside Drive, Pickering.
Thank you, sir. I think at this point it may be prudent to have a small presentation. Can you give us your thoughts on the application?
Yeah, actually we have 10 variances today. If we look look on the 1, 2, 3, 4, and also 5. Those are minor. I can explain those variances if I need, but those are very minor in nature. regarding the side yard setback, building height, then the main wall height of the side main wall height, and um, entrance height from the established grade, and also the building length. So these variances also the same as we had previously on our last hearing date. But the number 6, that is regarding the building depth. This is the change we have for this hearing due to the urban forestry concern. Uh, Previously, we had the proposal to remove the trees in front of the uh, proposed porch of the house, and also the driveway access. We had to revise the drawing to keep those 2 trees, save those trees, and get the um, urban forestry clearance, and we got the clearance from them. This is the reason we have the building pushed 10 feet, that is 3 meters towards the back. This is a large depth property. And even we push the building to the back 10 feet, 3 meter, that is 3 meter, we have still almost 46 meters setback from the rear lot line. So it's a big, large rear yard. We are just pushing the building at the back to save the tree at the front porch. Um, this building has only 22.5% coverage as we proposed on the first hearing, the same size, same design, everything same. 22.5% coverage of the property, and that is 2253 square feet of the footprint. This is with respect to the property, it's a small building, and we have the report from the community planning. They have the concern regarding the building depth. In response to that concern, we have, I described previously, we had to do the building relocated 10 feet behind, more back due to the urban forestry concern, and also the privacy concern, whatever mentioned in the community planning report. We can propose, we can have 6 feet privacy screen for the deck, both side, and for the balcony, both side. And if we see the side elevation of the building, both side, the rear part of the side elevation, we don't have any window. Almost 23 feet length of the rear part of the side elevation, we don't have any windows. So there is no concern regarding the privacy to the neighborhood properties. Also, we can see there are rows of trees on the both sides, south and um, north side of the property, big trees. Those are can work as the privacy screen. So with respect to this variance, also we reduced whatever the first written on the minor variance, 26.82 meter to 26 meter, as much as we can. We reduced it. This is if we reduce more, then the building length will have to be reduced, and that will affect the whole interior. This is not that much big building as as it looks like. No, it's narrow, and only the way it's the layout inside, that will affect the building inside a lot. And then we can go for the number 7 item. That is also minor in nature. We have the balcony area. Number 8, that is also the same as number 4. And number 9 is regarding the um, we have the platform, that is also the backside. The balcony, that is also 1.2 required. We have 2.92 meter height from the established grade. In our sense, these 1 to 9, we minor in nature, and we are expecting the approval. And the last item, the number 10, we deleted because this is not required. Number 11, that is the level 2 charging station. Owner can install that. So we can delete this number 11 also. He can install that level 2 charging station. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, sir, for wrapping up. Let's just go ahead, Ms. Oman. I think you're going to do what I was going to ask.
Not sure, but two things. So are you formally removing variance number 11, sir?
Yes, I'm removing.
So we're deleting variance number 11
Yeah.
and number 10, and then you revise number 6 to 26.0. And why can't you I know you were saying a lot of things, but the planning report wants it reduced further. I think it's 23.82. Are you, because that's a condition that they want, that the committee may consider imposing it. So why can't you come up with a lower number on the length, on variance number 6?
Actually, if it is with respect to the approval, if it is to get the approval, owner has to do something. He has some constraint for the construction period because of the financial situation for mortgage payment. So he will do the reduction of the building depth. It's actually no longer building depth. It will be building length, because we cannot bring the building at the front because of the tree, right? So you have to cut the building from the back, right? This is the result we can do. This will be the result with respect to the reduction of the building further from 26 meter. We can do like another 1 meter, like 25 meter.
Will that change any variances of the other ones?
That will change the building length. 1 meter building length. Like the building length, the variance number 5, that will be 18.82. Sorry, 18 meter. That will be 18 meter.
Sorry, Nancy,
Yeah,
Number
can you
5.
confirm?
Number
Like,
5, yeah.
so city community planning is requesting you to change it to 23.82, and
He's proposing
you're
25.
proposing 25?
Yeah, because that 23.82 meter building depth, if we reduce that to have 23.82, we have to cut the building, because we cannot. Building depth is from the frontier setback to the rear wall of the building, right? So we cannot bring the building front, so we have to cut the building, because there is the tree, right? There is a tree protection zone. We cannot interrupt the tree protection zone. So as a result, we have to cut the building. It's like 3 meter cut the building, right? 10 feet.
It's a
It's a
very
lot of,
specific number
yeah.
that community planning came up with. Do you know on what basis they came up with 23.82 meters?
As per the report, they're telling that this is that area. This is a lot for the building depth. But if we consider the site specific situation, trees, and also the site has a lot of depth, right? So if we can consider this one for this site specific condition, so we'll appreciate that way that can be possible.
So I'm just looking at the planning report, and it says that the original proposal, including a building depth variance of 23.82, that's probably where the number
There it
came
is, yeah.
from, whereas the revised proposal increased it, right, to 26.82. I know you reduced it to 26. So I guess their kind of thinking is, well, if we were trying to reduce the variances, how come you increased that one? And you didn't stick with the original depth. So that's where the 23.82 came from.
Yeah, because we didn't change the building. We just pushed the building to have the clearance from the urban forestry regarding the tree, right? So if we need to save the tree, we have to push the building back, right? Only we push the building 10 feet, right? So this increases the depth of the building 3 meter.
Okay.
Nothing changed in the
I
building
think what they're
design.
doing is they're looking at this, and he said he's moving the building back so as to preserve more of the trees in the front. But he wants the same size building, which means that the building depth from the front lot line to the back of the building has to increase.
I think you're onto something there. So let's just park this for a minute. We have a gentleman who has patiently waited. Let's hear from him. And then we can marinate on what we've listened to already. First and last name and address, please.
I'm called. My name is Michael Zacharias. I am residing at 265 Scarborough Golf Club Road. I am co-owner of this property on Cromwell Road, number 25, which actually is occupied by my son and his family with two very small children. Our concern is privacy. Since the building is towering now, proposed building will be actually towering above the existing property which I am representing. In terms of length and height, as I see, all variances are way above, well, not well, but are above the bylaws requirement, especially the length of the building, which is right now proposed to be over 41% longer than permitted. Setbacks are as well sometimes between 20 to 7% bigger than permitted. I of course listened to the argument and presentation, and clears up lots of things to me. But idea that this tree on the east side, there are big trees. One is over 40 centimeters in diameter. This, I believe, requires protection root size 2.4 meter, which, well, I only have this site plan. I don't have a building actually plans, so I can't tell exactly how the foundation works here, but I believe that we will be closer to, shall I continue? So I believe that we will be endangering this tree. And two others as well are not much smaller, and as well they are very close. So from my point of view, I don't understand why this building cannot be shifted towards the south, because when you look at the site plan, there is much more space and distance between existing building on the south side, which will clear this, which will ease up to protect the trees on the east side front. Besides, whole building then can be moved to the distance from the road to 10.4 meters, according to bylaw. So my concern is building is too long from my point of view. As I said, I haven't seen the floor plan, so I don't know about the windows. I heard that there is no windows on this wall, on the north wall. But building is relatively narrow, so I wonder how the architectural layout will work out there, but it's not my concern really. Yes, the privacy screens on the balconies on the east side definitely will help. I don't care about west side because there will be no problem with that. I know the terrain and I know how it looks. So my concern is on the back side of the building. Pardon? Yeah, height and the depth, of course, I said already about the variances, about the height of the building as well. So it is point 2 and yeah, height as well is 16% over the bylaw requirement. I guess that's it.
Okay, no, it was pretty clear. I have a few questions and
Sure.
observations. You realize we're dealing with privately owned trees and city trees. There's a mixture?
Yeah.
Okay, good. You also can appreciate that the protection of the trees is very important, and that Urban Forestries even said in their own literature dated May 22nd of this year to the applicant that Urban Forestry advises any application to destroy a tree may be denied. So that means that there is no clear cutting allowed here. Okay, I just want to make sure we're clear on the trees because we're all very keen on trees. The other part I want to point out is, are you aware of community planning saying, and the number thrown around by my colleagues earlier is the community planning in let's say 0.6, wants it reduced the building's depth, length, whatever word you choose, to 23.82. Right now, the applicant is asking for, correct me if I'm wrong, 26.82.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, hold on.
He revised it to
26.82.
26.0.
Okay, 26.0, I knew I'm off there, but in any case, the community planning's even saying a greater reduction to 23.82. Do you understand that? The building length,
No, can you repeat,
depth,
please?
the building depth.
Can you repeat it, please?
The back end of the building,
Mhm.
right now, 26.0
82.
is what the applicant wants, but community planning is saying they want 23.82.
Yeah. I
You got
understand.
that?
Yes.
How's that number sit with you?
Better, but still not great.
I'm trying. Okay,
Okay.
we're working through the data here. Just in a second, yeah. I'm working through this for a minute.
It is bylaw, so I can't.
No,
argue with
I'll
that.
get to you, Ms. McCauley. I'm just finishing up here. Thank you. Ms. McCauley, I'm just finishing up here. Thank you. So, sir, are you clear on what we've just spoken about?
I guess, yeah.
Okay, so I thought we were clear. Now I'm concerned that we're not clear. We understand that there's city trees and private trees in this application.
No, I don't understand that because this is not city tree which I was talking about.
What I'm saying is, sir, you've spoken about a tree. It could be the city tree or a private tree, but all the trees will be covered by Urban Forestry's protection and review.
Right.
Do you understand that?
Yes.
I want to make sure you understand. Good. The other point is the building depth was originally amended, and now the applicant wants 26.0 for the building depth. Right now, community planning is asking us to look at a depth of 23.82. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
That's all I needed to establish because there's a lot of things being said. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. McCauley. Go ahead.
This is a very long lot, and this gentleman has a number of concerns. I have not established what property the gentleman with the concerns occupies. So,
I think you said number 25, which was right next door to the north.
number 25.
25 to the...
No, he's a co-owner of 25.
He did say he's co-owner. So your property that you own or co-own is number 25.
Correct.
All right. And you have a concern with how deep from the front to the back this house is going to be.
Correct.
Okay. That's all I'm trying to figure out.
Actually, I'm not concerned about total length of the building. I'm concerned about this portion of the building which is on the east side of on the east side.
So if I understand correctly, you would like to see the building moved toward the other neighbor more? Is that-
No, a little bit.
A little
bit.
Yeah.
And move towards the street.
Yeah, so
But they can't do that because of the tree protection that's required.
Well, it depends on the layout of the house, I believe.
Okay, so you're basically asking him to redesign the house then? To protect, because he has to protect the tree. So they did move it back, which is why this depth variance is where it is now. And I'm not defending him in any way, but I just
Yeah,
want
but
you
my
to
concern is-
understand that he can't move it forward because he has to, there's a tree protection zone that the city has, and he can't go into that zone.
I
with
understand, but you can do a layout that way that it will accommodate the tree. It will be a notch in the building. There are-
Right, so he would have to redesign the building is what I'm saying.
That's what I would suggest. Yes, why not? Besides,
It'd be a
leaving
shorter
it as it is,
Yeah.
I believe that it will affect the trees on the east side right now, because the tree is 40 centimeters diameter or more actually, and next two trees as well as are not much smaller. Okay, and this is just around foundation of the building. So as I said, for 40 diameter building tree, protection zone for roots is 2.4 meters diameter.
You are
So-
correct. Okay.
Thank you.
That number doesn't change. Okay.
That's right. But for foundation will be within this 2.4 meters diameter,
You've given us a lot to think about.
based on the numbers which I see here, which is 1 point, yeah, whatever.
No, your point's made, please. Yeah, that was wonderful. Okay, give us a chance to,
Sure.
thank you. Thank you for the presentation. You were very patient. Okay, if the agent's there, can we have him respond? to
Through the
questions?
chair, there's some online, there's an
Thank
speakers.
you, Deputy Treasurer. Let's hear the next person with questions and something to introduce to this file.
Hello.
Hello. Can we have your first and
Hello,
last
yeah.
name and address, please?
Can you hear me? No, I'm still muted.
We can hear you. Can we have
Oh,
your,
okay, thank you. I'm a newbie to this, so you'll forgive me if I'm not quite smooth in my delivery.
you sound good
I'm-
already. We need your first and last name and your address, so let me help you.
I'm Eva Dornier. I live at 28 Cromwell Road, pretty much across the road from 23 Cromwell Road.
Thank you
And we
very
are in Scarborough, Guildwood.
Thank you very much. I just want to put on the record, my initial paperwork shows that we only had one speaker, so I apologize that I wasn't aware that you were online. So you have
Oh,
up,
yes, that's all right.
you
That's
have
all
up,
right.
you have up to 5 minutes. You don't have to use all that time, but please tell us what you'd like to share.
Okay, although they didn't make official statements, I want to say that 3 of my neighbors have asked me to speak on their behalf, and they are Ray Lang at 47 Dale, which is around the corner from me, and Carla and Arturo Ostrich, who are at 26 Cromwell Road. Now, I see that this revised application shows variance permissions requested, a lower number of them, but then things have changed. And I'm wondering why there are so many variance requests, and not out of necessity, but just because the owner wants a larger home than what the bylaws allow. And why do we even have zoning laws if they can be ignored for basically no substantial reason? I did some research at the very last minute because I'm unfamiliar with this process, and I noticed that the arborist reporting has not been approved yet by forestry. Um, uh, I'm very concerned about the trees like everybody. I noticed that 6 of the trees need permit to injure, but that they injured trees die. We know that. So I'm not sure about that, but I wanted to say that the proposed building appears to be, and I'm not sure, a very large single-family dwelling or a monster home. And that is not in keeping with the style and ambiance of the mostly mid-century bungalows that give our neighborhood its character. It's not clear whether this will be a rental property or whether the owner intends to live in it. Regardless, the proposed build is the wrong size for our community. Given that there's a housing shortage, this proposed construction in no way addresses the lack of affordable housing. In fact, it compounds the problem by potentially increasing rents in our neighborhood. The proposed structure would artificially inflate the true value of our modest homes and lead to an unfair increase in property taxes potentially, which will cause, of course, financial difficulties for young families and the seniors on fixed incomes in our neighborhood. Now, demographically, we're mostly senior citizens in this little pocket of the community. So, in summation, I think that the proposed structure is not desirable for the appropriate development or use of the land or the cohesion of our community. And I want to thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Dornier. If that was your first time, you did wonderful.
Thank you.
As far as your concerns with the size and the placement and the trees, do you have a general thought on, neighborhoods changing and how that should happen?
Well, yes, I do understand that we're looking to upgrade neighborhoods, but I think it would be better if aesthetically this was a better fit for the neighborhood. It's an oversized monster home, like that's how we see it. Those of us who live in the mid-century bungalows, which are, the main sort of structure in this area. We see it as being sort of, monstrously big and not in keeping. There are a couple of them on Dale Avenue that are big, square, black, blocky structures near Scarborough Gulf on Dale on the south side. And if that is what is proposed here, we have a lot of fear about that because it really doesn't fit. It's like putting an ostrich in with ducks.
Okay, thank you for that concise answer. I think it boils down to what is sort of the maple syrup of that concern. So thank you. Does
Thank
anybody
you.
have any questions? No? Any comments? No? Okay. So now we've finished with the online speaker and the in-person speaker. Is there any more speakers I'm unaware of? No. We give a chance now to the applicant/agent to speak to this. So if they can be brought back, please do.
Hello.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I have my responses to the first attendants, the neighbor on the north, 25th Cromwell Road. So actually, we had the submission to the urban forestry, that is still running, but we have the previous hearing. For the previous hearing, we had the comments from the urban forestry, right? They have only the concern about these 2 trees at the front of the building, and they didn't have any concern regarding other trees at the back side with the neighbors. So from urban forestry reviewer, we didn't get any type of concern for those trees. And for the backside of the building, for the 25th to 25 Cromwell Road, our foundation, those foundation mostly for the sunroom and for the deck are shallow foundation. Those are not full basement foundation, shallow foundation. And we are also planning to have the sunroom foundation sonotube, right? So sonotube for the deck also, it's already for the deck. So it's just a certain area, 12 inches diameter, we will have the gap, like 8 feet gap, each sonotube foundation. So uh, the most of the trees are along those sunroom. Only one tree will be at the back of the building for the 25 Cromwell Road, and other trees, all the trees will be along the sunroom and deck, where we are having sonotube foundation, that is shallow foundation and very gap, 8 feet gap each from each other. So this is the thing I can tell for the 25 Cromwell Road, and also for the privacy. I already mentioned before, we don't have any windows at the back part of the side elevation, and we are having privacy screen for the deck and the balcony. This is the response for 25 Cromwell. And the last thing, he was telling to have the building more gap from the property line on the north. We only have the 6 inches. We are requesting the variance. That is 0.15 um, what is permitted for the zoning bylaw 0.9 meter. So it's only 6 inches. If we have the building 6 inches, that is 0.9 meters. So it's only 6 inches. 6 inches will not have any significant result on the trees. The second second neighbor's concern, that is the second attendant. This building, if we go from 1 to, there is 1 to 9 variances, except the building depth. What is the major item here? Those most of the items are very small in increase from the bylaw requirement, right? So it's not like a very big building with respect to the bylaw requirement, but maybe for the character of that area as a bungalow settlement, that could be a bigger house. But at the end, the way the Toronto street escape is changing, this bungalow is not the main planning intention in future to carry on this bungalow for the next generation, right? Because the housing needs. So we can tell that this is changing scenario for the Toronto next development. So this building, with respect to that next development, future development, we can say this building is not that much bigger, whatever actually the neighbor is thinking about. This is all the items are small changes from the bylaw requirement. This is my responses to those both neighbors.
Thank you, sir. It appears we have no questions for you, so I think this committee will go into committee. And that's where we sit now. We're in committee. I see that, obviously, as we all see, that urban forestry, community planning, and Metrolinx have conditions of approval. We've heard from 2 speakers, one in person, one online, about their concerns. I know from the paperwork and the applicant themselves that they have made adjustments with respect to the building depth, but that seems to still be a point of contention. I am more swayed by the condition by community planning in today's paperwork that wants 23.82 meters, which the applicant at this point has not arrived at. So I'm going to leave my comment floating there because I'm still considering some other factors, but if any member of the committee would like to speak to it. Thanks, Mr. Clay.
Oh, Ann, you want to go first? Go ahead.
Okay. I've been listening to this. I think in the debate about this, we forget that this lot is a huge 55 meters in length. And they're trying to put on a house at the front part as well as save a lot of trees. We have no variances for the size of the house. We have no variances for the setback of the house from the street line or from the rear line. All we have is the length of the house from the street line to the back of the house, which, if you look at it, when you're considering that the lot is 55 meters in length, to have the first part of it occupied, first 20 meters occupied by a house, seems to make a lot of sense to me. So I think this application has a lot of little bits and pieces with it. But overall, he wants to build a house, not out of character in terms of permitted size or height, and reasonably in character with the houses in the area, reasonably in character, given that he occupies something like 7 backyards, if you look at that. So I don't see, by now, I don't see anything wrong with this application, but others may comment.
Thank you, Ms. McCauley. Mr. Clay, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I sort of agree with both of you in a weird sense. You know, overall, the massing of this house isn't untoward or isn't, I don't think, inconsistent with, particularly you look around, there's a relatively new development just to the south that has a whole series of large homes. This one's a little bit different, I think, in part because it's one of those homes, it's not really a corner lot, but it's one of those homes that, while deep, there are several lots which back onto it, including number 25, which we've heard there are some concerns about depth. I always, I'm not going to fuss about it too much here, but whenever we see a new build, I always wonder about side yard setbacks because it's a brand new build. How hard can it be to meet the side yard setback requirements? But, you know, it's only 6 inches, so I'm not going to fuss too much in this instance. But I guess my trouble is I don't have any basis upon which to alter what community planning is recommending. I think that's my problem, should it be 24, should it be 25, should it be 23.86 as required, 26 as they suggest? I don't really have a firm toehold on what the appropriate length is. And I think, you know, the agent, not surprisingly, would want to minimize the degree to which they have to redesign the inside and to accommodate the length. So in this instance, I'm going to, as the chair pointed out, I'm going to rely on community planning because I don't have anything solid to hook onto to change that. They have done a fairly comprehensive review of this application, and their recommendation is 23.86, and I would be comfortable with that as an amended application.
Through the chair, just a point of clarification. I think community planning is recommending 23.82.
Oh, did I say 86? Beg your pardon. I was close.
You were. Thank you, Deputy. Ms. Ullman.
Okay, I kind of was on the same track as my colleague, Mr. Clay. However, I started flipping through the old plan and the new one back and forth after Ms. McCauley talked about they did shift the house back because they were trying to protect the trees. And I'm no zoning examiner, I'm no expert, but I believe that the depth is measured from a certain point on the lot, so that it doesn't mean that he's increased the length of the house by the 3 meters. It's actually because of where the measurement comes from. So it now includes that extra 3 meters from it having been moved back, presumably 3 meters. So I think there's a bit of confusion there, and no, and I'm not arguing with you, but I'm just saying maybe planning didn't really consider that when they made the comment. I don't know. However, I will say that I believe the agent said that they could go to take it to, what is it, 25? I'm getting confused now with my numbers here, but so if I were to support the application, then I would like it to be held to the 25 meters just to mitigate this a little bit, because my understanding from the applicant is that that would not impact any of the other variances.
Thank you, Ms. Holman. Perhaps we'll step out of committee and just, oh, go ahead, Deputy.
I think you were reading my mind, just to confirm that the applicant is amending their application to 25. Thank you.
Can we speak to the applicant again, Agent? Are you there, sir?
Hello.
Hi, have you been,
Hello,
hi, have you been,
Yeah.
have you been following our discussion?
Yeah,
Okay, I have a
25
question for you. Are you willing to amend your application to
Variance number 6.
6
to read
rear depth?
25.
I was going to say it, sorry. 20, all right, to a depth of 25.0 meters?
Yeah, we are willing to do 25.0 meter, the building depth.
Okay, I'm going to be quiet now. Ms. Holman, is there anything? Thank you.
Can I just follow up with the applicant while we're still out of committee? Can you just, thank you for that. Can you just share with us what adjustment you would be making to meet a length of 25 meters? Or depth, pardon me, depth of 25 meters? Like what would you be doing to your plans?
We have to cut the building from the back, 1.82 meter, and that will reduce the number 5 variance. That will go for 18 meter because the building length will be reduced also. And we will change the layout with respect to discussion with the owner. When we are reducing this 1.82 meter, we relay out the interior, but we are not changing the building shape, building length, or building depth.
Okay. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Did you also commit to doing privacy screening on the balcony?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Holman, did you have a question, or I can, go ahead.
Can you just confirm for the record then that you're also revising variance number 5, is it, to read 18 meters?
Yes, 18 meters.
And then one other thing, the privacy screening, which sides would that be on?
That is, we will propose for the both sides. Doesn't matter which side is coming for because it will not be look good if we put one side.
So is that
do on the both sides.
Is that north and south, or what is that?
Yeah, north and south. Yeah,
Okay.
north and south.
Okay.
Wonderful. So there's been quite a bit of jumping around here. I just want to confirm all the alterations from the top. Item number 5 to 18 meters. Item number 6 to 25 meters. Item number 10 is gone. And the privacy screening is going to be added, right? Right, and go ahead, Ms. Wong.
Yeah,
And I believe he also deleted variance number 11.
And variance number 11 is also deleted. 10 was, yes, but is 11 also?
Yes.
Okay, we just want to be all on the same page because a lot of input here. Okay. We can't, I just got to go in committee. Okay, sir, thank you as the agent applicant for letting us ask you a few more things. And now we're going to go into committee. So Ms. Holman, take us away.
Okay, through you, Mr. Chairman, I would be prepared to move a motion to approve this application because I do think that some of these variances are, they are minor. And as a whole, and I've heard the concerns, and I think we're trying to address them as much as possible, that this does fit within the 4 tests that we look at and the policies. So I would move approval of the application. It would be, the forestry report, I believe, is advisory. I don't think there's conditions, but maybe staff can double check. And then with deleting variances number 10 and 11, and amending variance number 6 to read 25.0, and amending variance number 5 to read 18 meters. So no planning conditions, and then I believe there are Metrolinx conditions, and transportation was also advisory. Is that correct? And, oh, I'm sorry, the privacy, I have it written down, and the privacy screening on both sides. To a height of 1.5 meters.
Yes, that's what my notes reflect, and you were right about the advisory.
Through the chair, just to be clear, it's privacy screening for the rear second floor
For the
balcony.
rear second floor, sorry, on the both sides, which is the north and south sides, to a height of 1.5 meters.
I think that has it. Well done. Okay. Do we have, Ms. McCauley, should I look to you for a second? No. Okay. At least I asked. Go ahead.
Through the chair, can you turn your mic on?
I think we are cutting and pasting for the benefit of 1 foot off of this whole development. So go ahead, do it.
It's 1.86 meters, right? So that's almost 6 feet.
In a property that is 55 meters long, we are talking about the house has to be shorter.
Chair, I'll second the motion.
Okay, no, and that's the democracy of Committee of Adjustment. So well done, both. Seconded by Mr. Clay. All those in favor of approving the amended application with the add-ons, including privacy screening, is 4 approve. All those that do not approve is 1. The motion is carried. Thank you. Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break.
Phew.
Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for letting us take a break. And we're just going to get back to the list here. We are now at item 24350 Midwest Road. This is a matter that was previously deferred June 4th of this year, giving the applicant an opportunity to address transportation review concerns. There's also conditions of approval from Urban Forestry. And I'm just going to move down here. Thank you. So the purpose of the application is to add 24 new front yard parking spaces to the existing one-story commercial building parking lot. This application was deferred, as I said, June 4th. Okay. And there is no speakers. There is no correspondence. Do we have the agent or applicant online, please? Thank you.
Through the chair, Nader, you are unmuted.
Hello. Is the agent applicant there?
Nader, through the chair, Nader, you are unmuted. You can speak.
Through the chair, you may wish to go to the next item and come back to it. We're trying to contact the applicant.
We shall do that. Thank you, Deputy Treasurer. We are now going to proceed to item 25. 62 Maberly Crescent. Our documentation provided to the committee has no correspondence, no conditions of approval, no speakers. Do we have the agent applicant available for that matter? The purpose of this application is to construct a rear yard deck to an existing two-story
Hello?
dwelling. Hello, sir. Your first and last name and your address.
Hello?
Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Hello, sir.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Sir, can you hear us now?
Hello?
Hello, sir.
Hello?
Hello, sir.
Hello?
Through the chair, Frank, can you hear us?
Hello? 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 Hello?
Technology.
Hello?
Sir?
Yes. Hello?
Sir, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I can hear you now. Sorry about that.
Sir, it's
I don't know
okay.
whose fault it is.
Okay, let's each of us take a moment and be grateful we can hear each other. Okay, your first and last name and your address, please.
Okay. First name Frank Bellini, address 25 John Street.
Thank you very much. Are you the agent or the applicant?
I'm both.
Okay, very good. I understand you want to put on a deck.
Yes.
Okay, I don't I don't think we're going to need a presentation because of the comprehensive package you've submitted to us, but let me canvass this committee. Would anyone like a presentation or have any questions? Ms. Holman?
I was just going to, I don't need a presentation. I believe you're replacing an old deck, are you not? Is that what's happening?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
So there's really
Yes,
no,
it
you're really no,
expanded a little bit.
yeah.
Okay, and according
But,
to, sorry, the application, it's to construct a rear yard deck, which, as we've heard, is just replacing an old one. Why don't you let us go into committee and we'll make a decision on that right now? We're satisfied with the information you've provided us.
Okay, if you don't mind, could I ask a question after you make a decision?
You know what, on that note, ask the question now. Go ahead.
Okay. By the way, I'm the applicant designer. So in all my years of going through the committee and so forth, I was actually dumbfounded by this kind of variance, being that when I did apply for zoning, they said they could not review the zoning until TRCA gave its review. So I submitted to TRCA. TRCA gave us approval back in May. So I thought everything was okay because TRCA actually gave me the top of bank. And I'm very, again, I was very surprised that this required us to go to committee because essentially, and nobody has really explained it to me in zoning, if someone can explain it to me there on the panel, planners or what have you, why this is even required to go to committee when it has no effect on side yard height, length, on and on coverage, and has no effect. As you can see, there are no letters from any neighbor. And why is this a variance? I just don't understand, because now I understand because TRC had to re-comment on it because of committee's request, they are having to charge my client another $600. So I don't think it's fair, and more importantly, I don't understand why this sort of top of bank has any effect on my neighbors or any other variances, that it should go to committee. So maybe if someone can explain that, please, because as I said, the client has spent quite a bit of time and money in order to replace the existing deck here, and it doesn't seem, in my eyes, fair. So if someone can explain to me why this has to go to that point when it affects more than anything just TRCA.
So thank you, Frank, for your question. I'll be very succinct. I can't speak for the various city departments. I just simply can't. I don't know what the rationale is, but what I can tell you is that you do abut against Adams Creek, and that'll have some bearing on why TRCA was involved.
Perhaps.
Chair, just to elaborate, oh, I can do it, Ann, or you can elaborate.
Go ahead.
Okay. Your property is affected by TRCA's ravine bylaw. To build close to what is defined as the stable top of bank by TRCA, you need a permit from them. That's all you need, that permit, in order to do that. You want to build closer than 10 feet to the top of bank, so you need the permit, but you don't need to come to us to get approval closer than the 10 feet, 10 meters to the top of bank. So it's a...
Okay. I agree with you. We need TRC approval, which we did receive back in May.
Okay, good.
28th.
Once you've got that approval, you don't need to do it again. Just show the building department, here's my letter from TRCA, it gives me approval.
And just to add on to that, there is a bylaw in place, the City of Toronto bylaw, that requires the 10-meter setback from top of bank. So Really, you need two approvals. You need TRCA to approve that there's not going to be any environmental damage, and then you need relief from the City of Toronto bylaw, which is what he's here for today.
So between my gentleman here and myself, I recommend approval. Will you second that motion?
Just let me do my job as chair. Thanks, Ann. So what we're going to do now, we've spoken to the owner. Sir, we've answered your question as best we can. We're going to go into committee now and hash this out, hopefully efficiently, okay? Okay. We're in committee now. Ann, would you like to lead us?
I recommend approval of this variance application.
Thank you, Ms. McCauley. Go
Happy to
ahead,
second
sir.
that.
And thank you, Mr. Clay. Seconded by Mr. Clay. All those in favor? And the application is granted. Thank you. Let's go back to Deputy Treasurer. 24 back with us. Do we know?
Through the chair, Nader, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, sir. First and last name and address, please.
My name is Nader Tadros from Pyramids Engineering. Address is 15 Wertheim Court in Richmond Hill. I'm on behalf of Atlantic Packaging, 350 Midwest.
And just for the record, I want to reread the application to add 24 new front yard parking spaces to the existing one-story commercial building parking lot. Thank you. There is, just let me look at the sheet here, yeah. There are conditions of approval from Urban Forestry, but there is no speakers and there's no correspondence. Does anyone need a full presentation for this? Questions? Okay. Sir, I've canvassed this committee. We're not looking for a presentation. Would you mind if we went into committee and made a decision on this matter?
The chair. Sir, you've seen the transportation, I presume you've had discussions with transportation. You've seen their advisory comments, right?
Yes, their advisory comments is during the permit phase, so I think they're okay with it as long as we go through them.
Great. Okay, thanks. Sorry, Chair.
That's okay. So now we're going to go into committee, sir, and make a decision if that's okay with you.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Clay, lead us away.
Yeah, sure. I think this is quite a reasonable application. It is an employment area. It is adding additional parking spots, presumably for employees. It looks like there's a rather large swath of land available to make that conversion. It makes some sense, and hopefully it enhances the viability of the manufacturing concern to which it's connected. So I think it's a good proposal, and transportation seems happy, so I'll move approval of this application subject to forestry condition number 2.
Moved by Mr. Clay to approve the application, subject to the conditions of urban forestry. Go ahead, Ms. Ullman.
I'll second the motion.
Seconded by Ms. Ullman. All those in favor? That's unanimous, and it is approved. Thank you, sir. Okay, moving right along, new business. Item 26, 113 Catalina Drive. I understand we do have one speaker on this matter. Are they online, I presume, or in person? Not yet. Okay, thank you. Very kind. So I'm looking for a registered speaker for 113. I just want to put that out there. And this is an application to alter the existing detached dwelling by constructing a full front second-story addition, a full side east two-story addition, a partial side west two-story addition, a front porch, and a rear second-story balcony. The existing carport will be demolished. Is this the agent or the applicant online?
My name is Gabriel Stern. I am the applicant at 113 Catalina Drive.
Thank you, sir. Just before you begin anything, I just want to canvass this committee. Does anyone need a presentation or have any questions?
We got a speaker in opposition, I think
Yeah.
we probably need a presentation.
Well, and I've asked for that, but I'm just asking this committee right now if you have any questions or anything. Okay. All right. And per Member Clay's request, he'd like a brief presentation considering there is a speaker. I just want to confirm with the deputy, because I've asked, do we have a speaker?
Through the chair, we do.
Okay, good, because when I asked, I didn't get a confirmation, so thank you. Okay, sir, go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes. You don't have to use all that time. Go ahead.
Thank you. I mean, from our perspective, it's a relatively simple application. The description and the purpose probably makes it sound more dramatic than it actually is. It's just making the house larger for our family. We have 3 kids. We just need more space for the 3 kids. And just as we sort of map things out, this is the space it took. I mean, we love the neighborhood. We want to stay in the neighborhood. Trying to respect what the neighborhood looks like. We like the mid-century aesthetic, so, keeping the backsplit, keeping the peaked roofs. I would love to keep the carport, but I have an EV and I would like to charge it inside, and I had some kind of critter chew through my charging cord the other day, so I look forward to be able to charge an electric car in an actual garage. So everything else is really just consequential to the space we need for our family.
Very concise. Thank you, sir. At this point, I'll look to the committee. Questions, comment? No? Okay. Maybe we could hear from the speaker now. Please and thank you. Hi, first and last name, and then address.
Through the chair, Kathy, you are unmuted. Through the chair, Kathy, can you hear us? You're unmuted.
Perhaps they should cut the tie and then call back in, because obviously it's not connecting. So just to advise the applicant who's online with us, we're just trying to reestablish contact. I'm sure you heard with the speaker, so we can hear from them.
Through the chair, the online speaker doesn't want to speak anymore.
Thank you for that. Is there a reason, or just they don't want to speak?
Through the chair, no reason that they just doesn't want to speak anymore.
Yeah, we don't want to guess. Okay, thank you. All right, let's go back to just inform the agent applicant. You've probably heard what was said there, so there is no speaker. Having said that, does anyone wish to have a presentation? Ms. McCauley?
I don't want a presentation, but I do want to speak to the item.
Okay, Ms. McCauley, please speak.
Okay. This is an application to add to a building. The building is located adjacent to the bluffs. I have no problem with this application, but I would like to have it subject to, sorry, I'd like approval to be subject to the site plan as submitted to ensure that the variance does not permit dwelling, to permit extension into the bluffs.
So if I understand correctly, you would like the site plan tied to this approval?
That's correct.
Anyone, sorry, go ahead. Anyone have any comment to that, or are we good?
Do I have an opportunity to ask a question on that, or do I have a chance afterwards?
Yes, I was just canvassing our deputy treasurer, but he would like me to go to you first, so please go ahead, sir.
Just for clarification, what's considered to be abutting the bluffs? I mean, the bluffs are a few blocks over from us. I have no conceptual concern with that, but just for some clarity, right? Because we're not on the bluffs per se, we're a few blocks over.
Okay, to be clear, on your plan, it shows the top of slope, which is at the frame of your deck. Knowing where this property is, I just generally call it the bluffs. But it's really, we don't want you to extend into that top of slope because having built in this area, you're well aware that every once in a while the bluffs crumble and the houses or whatever you're building goes tumbling down the deck, goes tumbling down the slope. I'm getting tired.
Right. Again, understood, just for clarity, I mean, there's then a park behind us, a school, and then two more city blocks, and then you eventually get to the bluffs proper, where there's the actual protected bluff zone.
Well, your plan shows top of slope, bottom of slope. That's what I was anticipating. If you tell me you've got a school and other houses behind you, I will remove that requirement.
Yes,
I'm happy to remove the requirement.
Yeah,
it was
it's
just
a
a safety issue.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. McCauley. Thank you, sir. I think we're at a point, Mr. Khan, okay. I think we can go into committee. I will lead the way and say that I think this is a very straightforward application for 113 Catalina Drive. I'm disappointed I didn't hear from the speaker, but that's their choice. And having said that, I would have no problems approving this application, but I look to the other members to make a motion. So,
Chair, I'm happy to move a motion on this
Thank you.
one. I think you're right. It's very, very straightforward. It's only one variance FSI only. Everything else conforms and is as of right, so I think it's a very simple application. I'll move approval with no conditions.
Thank you,
second
sir.
that.
And Ms. McCauley has seconded the motion. All those in
No
favor?
conditions.
That's unanimous, and the application is approved. Thank you, sir. I believe, unless I'm corrected, that this is the last matter of the day. It is item 28, 32 Moorcroft Crescent. And I understand we have a letter of concern unless there is a speaker, and it looks like we have a speaker. Come on down. Thank you for coming. I'll just read the intro I must read, and that is that this is a matter with a speaker to speak to us, a letter of concern, no correspondence, and no conditions or recommendations. I do see that it is a purpose to alter the existing two-story dwelling by constructing a rear one-story sunroom addition. Who are you, miss?
I'm Tina Marcelino at 30 Moorcroft Crescent.
And you're one of the neighbors, aren't you? Is the applicant?
I'm next door.
Okay, so what we're going to do is, thank you for that, we're just going to hear from the applicant agent, that's the process, and then we're going to hear from you.
Thank you.
Perfect. Can I hear from the applicant or agent?
Yes, my name is Nusra Jahan. Address 3400 Danforth Avenue, Suite 5.
Okay. Do you want to give us, since we have a speaker here, do you want to give us a brief presentation on what your application about?
The application is about to, an existing sunroom is there over the rear deck. Owner wants to rectify because it was already done. So owner wants to legalize it and get the approval. While we applied for a building permit, there was one variance, and that's why we applied to committee, so to get the relief from the minor variance.
Okay, so if I understand you correctly, it was built and now you're trying to register.
Rectify it, yeah.
Yeah.
Legalize it, yes.
Okay, any questions or comments before we hear from the speaker? Okay, sit tight. We're going to hear from this neighbor. Go ahead. Please, first name and last name and address again.
Okay, Tina Marcelino, 30 Moorcroft Crescent, next door. First of all, he didn't have a deck. He had just cemented, okay, over there. And it's a sunroom, closed in, but I'm not really here too much about that. It's the surrounding, where they built already the deck without permits. In addition to that, they have other things that they've been building around the house, too many things, and all without permits. And if you have pictures, I don't know if they provided you with pictures, okay, around that deck, there's so much concrete around that it's affecting my side, and it's sloping into my garage. This one here? I don't know. I have. Anyways, he's got so much concrete around the whole house. It's almost, he's only got a little centerpiece of of grass in the center. There you go, that one. And you see those eave drops comes from the whole house, and you see that garage door? That's another addition that he did without a permit, and my house has got a side entrance door, and he took out the siding on my side, but he didn't take he must have been told to take it down, but he didn't take it down, all of it. He recently just pushed the eaves that was on my side, okay, on my property line. He recently had somebody come over, move them more back, maybe an inch or so or two. And every time the building department probably goes there, he'll just do other things. Now he's got a fence that's over 6 feet tall facing my house, and I don't feel like I have any privacy. I don't know who's behind there. And then he's got a closure on top, a thing on top. And at the back, as you could see in that picture, there's a garage door. So it's an enclosure. And inside that enclosure, he's got an additional opening to go to the house. I've told that to, I forget his name, the building department, and I don't get any answers. My niece phoned, they said they closed this, that. So I said I want it reopened because I don't feel privacy, I don't feel good in my own home because of that. I've been there since 1977. So I'm probably the oldest person living in that street. And he just does everything without permits. Oh, and by the way, he also trespasses to my place to take the snow off my driveway. Doesn't want it against, now he's got it over 6 feet tall. against that fence. So he comes over and comes and removes it. He comes over, trespasses to fix that yawning that he's got, that structure. And it goes along my driveway. And my front door is facing that lousy structure there. You see all those eaves? Look at where it falls. And over there's my garage, which is deep. You can't see my garage because he puts that black thing that's eaves all along. He doesn't want no water going in his house. He's got a beautiful house. I'm not complaining about him. He's a clean guy and everything, but you can have the mess. I want nothing on my property. So I don't know what to do anymore, but we don't get he comes over to cement. We put stones, so water could drip down thing. He comes over without our permission or asking and cements all that because he doesn't want any water going into that structure. What is the law of a height facing a front door that's in the side entrance? How high is a fence should be? From what I read, it shouldn't be no more than 4 feet.
Okay, we're going to answer that question.
Can you please?
I'm going to ask you a few questions first.
Sure.
One is, you said, if I heard you correctly, that the fence is over 6 feet tall.
Yes.
And at the same time, you said you feel that you're losing your privacy. I thought the taller fence might give you more.
No, because that thing is closed on top. I don't know who's behind that fence.
Okay, so that
He can have a camera facing my front door. I don't know.
Okay. The other thing I want to ask you is, I thought I heard you say something to the effect of when inspections or city officials come over, he moves something, and then when they leave, he moves it back.
No, I didn't.
Okay, please clarify what something was moved.
Okay, yeah. He had siding with closed, with windows, and I guess they must have told him to remove. Okay, but he moved part of it, and then what he does, it's almost the same as windows, puts another over 6 feet tall fence. It's like windows to me. I don't know what he's in there. I can't see. He keeps building stuff in there and comes over to my side to fix his thing that shouldn't even be there. That shouldn't even be there. I know that.
Okay. And you made a point at the very end, Ms. Ullman and I were wondering, you had said that there was something about 4 feet.
4 feet?
Something to do.
Oh, I said, how high can a fence be? That's what I think. Yeah.
So that's what the question was, how high can a fence be?
Yes, and that facing a side door entrance.
Facing a side door entrance. I don't have that answer readily available. Maybe one of my colleagues does. Okay.
I've read here something online of how high it should be. Anyway,
Yeah.
I tried to talk to the gentleman.
Yeah.
And be nice about it. He just says, "You're stressing me out." I says, "I'm stressing you, or you're stressing me?"
Mr. Chairman, can I ask the staff a question?
Of course.
Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer, are there any orders to comply on this property?
Through the chair, there are none.
Thank you.
Okay. So we have heard your concerns, and they're obvious, real, and very compelling concerns. This committee has to deal with what we can deal with in our mandate. What you're talking about will require you to follow up further with City Hall and building inspections and those departments. It's not for this committee to answer to that.
No, I figured that particular.
Okay, but don't think we don't care about what you're experiencing. I will say
Yeah.
that as it pertains to this application and what they're asking to be done with the deck, any concern?
I'm concerned about all that concrete around it. The whole thing is blocked with concrete, the whole backyard too. They built that thing on top of all that.
Okay.
Okay, when the building department goes, I'm sure they were there, They don't see all that? That's not supposed to.
Again, I can't answer to that. I'm not
Yeah.
them, and I'm not that department. But you did answer the question very concisely that I needed answered. It's the concrete under the deck is concerning you, and the concrete in the backyard. So let us now have a discussion about this application. And all I can advise you is after this meeting, if you feel that you are being facing hardship with your neighbor, deal with City Hall because that's what you're paying your taxes for.
Exactly, but I'm being ignored. I feel I'm being ignored.
I'm not ignoring you, but I can only deal with this application, so I apologize, but I need to now proceed. So let us go further, okay?
I have a number that I reopened, and they said they would get back to me about in,
right.
5 days, and they never did yet.
So have a seat, please, respectfully, and we're going to hear back now from the applicant/agent. Go ahead, agent, and respond, please, to this citizen's concern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we became aware of the owner's concern, and the owner, day before yesterday, there was some owner told me that there was an inspector who came to visit because the neighbor had the complaint, and they visited the site, but they didn't comment on the premises. They'll go back and to talk to their supervisor and then come back. But for now, for the application, when we applied for a building permit, it's a structure at the backyard. So, and that was the only zoning variance we have, the rear setback. If there was an issue with the landscaping or the paving, I believe that would have been brought up by the zoning examiner in the notice, but it's not there. So I'm just requesting for the relief of the minor variance on behalf of the owner.
Yeah, thank you very much. Concise and appreciated. So what we're dealing with is the minimum rear yard setback is 7.5 meters. The applicant is asking for 6.4 from the rear west property line. We're going to go into committee now, and Ms. Holman, please.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I'm very sympathetic to the neighbor who spoke. As you mentioned, those are all matters that are outside of our jurisdiction. We have no authority to deal with them, and I would just encourage her to continue calling 311 and ask them to see, if there's violations to the softscape requirements, et cetera. In terms of the variance, this is a very minor variance. It's one variance. And I feel it meets the 4 tests, and I would move approval of the actual variance that's requested here.
Thank you, Ms. Holman. Go ahead,
Happy to
Mr. Clay.
second, Chair.
Okay, so moved by Ms. Holman to approve the application notwithstanding the neighbors' concerns, and seconded by Mr. Clay. All those approving the application? That's unanimous. The approval has been granted. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And at this time, 5:19 p.m., the meeting is adjourned. Thank you.